Happy Friday indeed. Welcome everybody. How are y'all doing today? Hope y'all are doing well. It is me, your bestest Bearblood Day, and welcome to today's stream. So how's it going, everybody? How y'all doing? Shaggy, have you recovered slightly from your Five Nights at Freddy's time? For those of you that don't know, Shaggy was streaming earlier, and he was playing Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh, Hugo, you scared me. Why you keep doing that, Hugo? Gosh. You come here to my own stream, and you boo at me? I fight. But yeah, I was called in for moral support for Shaggy's Five Nights at Freddy's adventure. I don't think I really helped that much. I just kind of laughed the whole time. But how is everybody else doing today? I'm doing pretty good. I've been struggling with a little bit of a headache. But it's starting to go away now. I took some medicine. I'm eating some fries with cheese right now. They're just smiley fries. I'm the spookiest. You are the spookiest, Hugo. Super spooky indeed. Watching a child. Well, I be like that sometimes. Early dinner while playing the craft. Ooh. Nice, nice. Did you figure out whatever happened to your bees? Your bees that were lost and not stolen? What happened to the bees? Where did they go? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Nitro. The server owners assumed it was a glitch and gave them back. Okay, well that's good at least. Didn't have to redo all of your progress. That's good, that's good. Oh yeah, Hugo. You gotta get your own sound. Yes. What will Hugo pick? What will your sound be? Is it just gonna be you saying boop? Just screams into the mic. I might have made too many fries. I'll have to eat them while we're playing today. So I hope y'all don't mind some slight chewing ASMR. My evil ooga booga. Like the guy from Courage the Cowardly Dog, Eustace. Ooga booga. Eustace band. I loved that show when I was younger. I loved any show that had a dog as a main character. It was my favorite. Hell yeah. We're gonna get his own sound. But yeah, so for those of you that weren't here last week, we finished up step 2 for Derek's route, and now we're speed running through step 3, and then we'll get to Derek's epilogue. I'm hoping it won't be too long. I mean, we got at max 6 hours, so we should be good, but I'm like hoping it's not gonna I'm hoping it's not gonna be another 11-hour stream, because goddamn, I don't know if I can't be up till 4 a.m. That's when I have to get up to go to my bear business tomorrow. That will not work, but we shall see. We shall see. And I mean, even if we have to cut it short and we like play Derek's route next time, we can almost like start Baxter's route in the same stream too, so that won't be too bad. But we'll just have to see. We love a low quality sound. Those are the best sounds. High quality? No. Give me that. Give me the low shit. Oh, how do I sound, by the way? I kind of turned up the volume a little bit in OBS. Because I was kind of like watching through some VODs to like to check sounds and stuff. So I kind of realized, you know, I am a touch quiet on the quiet side. So I raised it up a little bit. You got it, Dae. Like you told me earlier, you got this. Thank you, thank you. I do got this. Yeah, let me know if I'm too loud or if I'm still a little too quiet, if I can be a little bit louder. Now, let me go ahead and switch on over. Actually, let me hit continue first. Now I'll switch over. There we go. Alright, we got all these moments. We're going to ignore... yeah, we're going to ignore, Baxter's moments for now. Just because, you know, we're not doing... it's not his turn yet. It's not Baxter's time to shine quite yet. But soon. Probably next time that we play this game. So next week. So we're going to be focusing on the Coves ones just to see the friendship differences in each one. I'll eat one more fry. I made too many fries. I've made, like, the rest of the whole damn bag, you know, because I got, like, the amount that was, like, you know, recommended in the air fryer. And then I had, like 4 fries left, and I was like, I'll just put the rest in there. And then at the end, I was like, you know, I probably only eat half of this, but I'll eat it anyway. Fries are delicious. Let's bring up the number picker. Let's see how many. There's 5. Okay, so 1 through 5 in each row, so 10. All right, I got a 9, so we'll start with boating. Whoa. What you wowing about? Wow. Alright, boating. And since this is a speedrun, we will be skipping over dialogue we have seen before, so skip. It's kind of insane she can make that happen. I mean, Lee just randomly getting a boat and us hanging out on it. Derek, we have to speedrun first. And then we'll get to him. Can I go back? I did not get to see. Okay, you knew renting a boat was possible, of course. You did live by the beach, after all, and these things got advertised. But you also knew that it was expensive. For Lee, the cost was no object, and she wanted to share the experience. You're the only one who was heading out on the trip. Liz was You weren't the only one. Liz was coming, of course. Your moms had invited, but hadn't been able to find time to squeeze in. Derek makes a good daddy. Oh! Daddy? Derek! Alright, we shall see him soon. I am very excited. Okay, we gotta invite Baxter. Don't leave the boy out. Yell up the stairs about the plan. I ran to the boy. That's my best friend. Go best friend. That's my best friend. Waiting for him to reach you was unbearable, so you tore across the street to join him. Cove chuckled, tilting his head slightly as you bolted to his side. Hi. Well, look who it is. Ready to go. You can't really reply that. You like, we were the ones that like ran up to him full speed, and we're like, oh, well, look who it is. Like, you approached me? We love Derek. Yes, we do. He's such a sweetie. I'm very excited to see him again. I'm so sad he's not. He barely appears in step 3. I wonder if we'll mention him at all. Since now we kind of did like that crush route, maybe. And we did all the moments with him as well, so I wonder if that'll give us more ammo to talk about him. At least think of him. I would never not bite his shoulders. Just straight up nomming on him.
I mean...
Cove, you're so difficult. There's no way they'd be left out, Cove. Nice thanks to you.
Nice
Yeah.
to see you.
We're taking a boat trip right now. Are you on board? His eyes widened only briefly before resting back to his usual languorous expression. It was either an impressive show of restraint or Baxter's life involved more impromptu boat trips than yours. Perhaps both.
Good afternoon.
Oh.
I high-five my cousin. I don't really hug my cousins. We ain't close like that. Lee clapped her hand against yours, squiddling as your palms met. I always get told that whenever I try to high-five anybody, I was like, ow, that hurts. She's like, well, it's a high-five. You're not supposed to pussy out on it. It's like one of my coworkers at my at my work. And she'll be like, high five, and I'll just go wham right into her hand. She's like, ah, you hit me. It's like, yeah, it's a high five. What do you mean? It hurt. Well, I get thicker skin. I don't know. Pat him on the arm. Cove's little game of hide and seek is pretty funny. Go smile weakly at you. His face flushed. You could tell that he appreciated your show's support, but was still embarrassed about needing the help. He always needs our help. He can't stand up for himself. Don't worry, I'll protect you, Cove. The bulb goes off. Ooh. Last time, so there is a kind of a different way we can play out this moment. Should we have some seasickness? Should we get a little nauseous? Because last time we were like, oh hell yeah, boating. But this time, what if we got a little goopy, you know? Because I think we do get to go below deck, I believe, and then we have like a little bonding moment with Cove again. What do you guys think? Seasick or no seasick? Just to make it a little different this time around while we're playing through. I personally, I don't think I've ever gotten seasickness. Curious is always safe. So you don't want to go a seasick route? I mean, there is another opportunity for us to get it again, so I could cook it. You're curious about how the trip would go. It's like the calm before the storm. The calm before Tornado-kun arrives. But this time Tornado-kun will be in our stomach. As you let your surroundings truly sink in, you thought today was shaping up to be memorable. Okay, skip.
Alright.
We'll still find something to do fun to do, Cove. Yeah. Not Tornado-kun. Tornado-kun returns again, fighting back with seasickness. Tornado-kun's in the whirlpool. That's why I saw that, like a whirlpool in the ocean. You could suck down right in. Let's have our arm wrestling contest. We didn't do that last time. Now this blanket you made your suggestion. This expression was skeptical. And how do we decide who took turns for that? The game that is supposed to decide who's taking the first turn in the game we originally decided to play. Lee snickered, batting a hand, and they had to brush away these minor details. Don't be like that, we'll make it work. It's a good idea. More games equal more fun. More games was the plan all along, I know. So then you agreed on the order to go in for this first set of games, and the mini competition was on, with Lee and Liz facing each other in the first round. Liz was triumphant in that first game. The next challenger was Baxter. Oh my god, Liz, she's so strong. But honestly, Lee does kind of... I don't want to say like Lee's weak, but like she doesn't seem like the... She doesn't seem like she has enough rage inside of her to be able to win an arm wrestling contest. Liz, however, she do. He and Liz went up against each other, and Baxter emerged victorious. Oh, like I said, Baxter. Oh, it's the angst. Baxter's angst fueled him. Emerged victorious. Now he was waiting to see who he'd go against in the next round. Meanwhile, you were gearing up for a round against Cove. The winner would be Baxter's opponent. Ooh. Cove stared at you with narrowed eyes. The minigame might only be a bit of meaningless fun, but Cove meant business. He's gonna straight up snap my wrist. You and Cove took opposite facing seats at the deck as the others looked on. You looked your hands together, ready to begin. Oh my gosh, Cove, you're holding my hand. I'm on the Derek route. Alright, on three. Cove frowned as he stared at your locked hands, summoning up mental as well as physical strength. 1, 2, 3. Your arm tensed as you pushed against Cove's. You were met with resistance. Cove's hand wasn't easy to move. Oh. What's that over there? Look! What is it? Most recently I heard this, like, sound from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, where I guess, like, a Shredder was trying to, like, infiltrate their base, and Shredder's just like, hey guys, I brought the takeout, let's dig in. It's Shredder! Blow on his face like a doll. Alright, you blew in his face. The puff of air had Cove instinctively close his eyes as he sputtered from the unexpected sensation. You successfully broke his concentration, with his arm slackened against yours, and you took your chance. With a final push, you slammed his hand down.
Hey.
Sorry, that's the name of the game. Cove slumped his shoulders, accepting defeat. You had gotten the better of him that day. His pouting session ended abruptly with a shake of his head as he refocused on what was ahead. Cove slowly glanced over at the monochrome newcomer. He's still getting called monochrome, oh my god. We're so good. We are good. We're just that good. Then he met your eyes with complete seriousness. You can beat him. Duh. You laughed, you sighed long-sufferingly. Your cheeks heated up at Cove's insistence. You nodded resolutely. Ah, hell yeah. He was right. You were about to bring this home for the win. What is up, bitch? Baxter watched your exchange with Cove and waited until an appropriate moment to approach you. His smile curled. Good luck. Good luck to you. I don't need luck. Just these muscles. His smile grew wider as he took Cove's former place at the table. You fists locked together for the last time. The countdown began, and the two of you threw yourselves into it, pushing with full force against the other. You kept your full focus on getting his hand down. You blew into air into Baxter's face again. Hi, Bun. Hey, quick! Look over there! You brought your face closer to his teasy. Ooh! Whoa, that's getting a little spicy. I don't know if we want that in the Derek route, but damn. Just get up closer to him. Give him a little smooch, a little kiss. Don't mind me. I'm just eating my fry. Okay, we blew in Cove's face last time, so let's go. What's there with there? That wasn't a ruffle in Baxter's demeanor. The only reason you would even tell he was aware of what happened was the increase in the tightness of his hold. It's Shredder! I have not. Let me see. Oh, the new Fall Guys thing. Yeah. I see. Interesting. Warriors of Light announcement trailer. I'll have to look at that after stream today. It's Shredder. Where? Your distraction attempt was completely ineffective. It's a Final Fantasy 14 collab. Oh, nice. A whole passport. Good for them. You gave it your best effort, but a visible bend in your position soon began to appear. You kept resisting until ultimately Baxter pressed your hand flat against the table. Oh! Shredder got me! It was over. Cove's face fell right into his hands at the call of Baxter's triumph. Baxter merely shrugged with feigned indifference.
Very well.
Well, that's nice. I won. Who would have known? Oh, shut the fuck up. Quit being humble! Cove was still pouting. Literally, his face doesn't have to peek at Baxter. Good job. He was willing to concede the win, even if he was sour about it. That made Baxter's good return. It was a good game. Push him off the boat. Where's the push off button? Congratulations, I'm proud of you. You're so humble. Boo, I was robbed. You're not just Baxter Wood, you're Baxter Win. You quietly let Baxter have his moment. There's no pushing. Robbed. I was robbed. Better luck next time, Dae. Fucking rude ass. Liz shot Baxter an impressed thumbs up as Liz chuckled in disbelief. The actual game hasn't even started. People are already getting like this. Her pointed look was aimed straight at Cove, who was still recovering from the shame of defeat. He pulled himself together quickly after that. Hey, you know, you've gotten rusty with your party game skills. Again? Did I say push? No. Throw him off. I'm gonna pick him up with my full strength and just toss him way out into the ocean. Let the whirlpools swallow him up. I slightly slapped his shoulder for that comment. He chuckled unrepentantly. Oh, I don't even get to, like, yell at Cove again for giving me that comment, damn. I forgot about that. Okay, now it's time to play, charades. Purple crayon, always.
Where can I put the body bags?
Put them below deck on the boat. We don't want any outsiders seeing them. You know the cha-cha slide?
Yeah.
Oh. Wait. Oh, right. It's lab. I forgot. I was like, I want to be different. Lab.
Good.
That's it. I knew it. I'm just that good. I don't even need to read the. I didn't need no hints. I knew what the answer was. Alright. Well, you were thrilled that you got it. That round was a total victory. We should definitely keep this ball rolling. Yeah. Keep going. French fries. Potatoes. This must be really confusing. Out of context. Oh, here we go. It's seasick time. I gotta throw up. Mom, I threw up on the boat. It's all the smiley fries I ate before we got on. I tried to pick this one like one time during a playthrough. That was like off stream before I started streaming, and I felt bad, so I went back and changed it. But no, this time I'm committing. The seasickness is there. The boat bumped around again, and your stomach lurched. Could your guts swim around your body? Because it sure felt like they were moving around. You tried to regain a steady footing beneath you and calm back down, but the deck wouldn't stop moving. You were shaking. Everything was shaking. Liz peered out at you from under her brim. Are you holding up over there? I'm about to hurl. Lee noticed your condition as well. She spoke up while biting her lip. How about we hold the next round for now? Are you alright, Dae? You gestured to your obviously distressed expression. Your other arm was wrapped around your stomach as you were desperately trying not to just curl up where you were. Obviously, I'm just great. I'm doing fantastic, thank you. As I'm like, dying on the floor. Lee bit her lip and took a step towards you. She nervously waved her hands around as she looked you over. Do you need to sit down? Lie down? Oh, there's a bed in the interior part of the ship. No thanks. That sounds good, thanks. You stared at the ground, trying to ignore all. You nodded your head. I don't know. You felt uncomfortable under everyone's attention. Now, I've become the problem, and now everybody's noticed. Either this one or the bottom one here. Either that sounds good, thanks, or uncomfortable attention. Yeah, that's good. Right now, you really needed a moment to get a hold of yourself. Lying down sounded incredibly appealing. As always, Lee smiled carefully. Ko was at your side before Lee could speak again. He wordlessly offered you his arm. His eyes were intense. Even if your neighbor wasn't always such an open book, his intentions would still be perfectly clear right then. He was going to take you somewhere to rest if that's what you needed. Give me that. Give me the arm. You gripped him tightly. You couldn't reject his support. You needed it. Cove nodded. You had all his attention. Without removing his gaze from you, he spoke out. Which way is the room? It's just past. These words started to blend together. Your cousin was talking while gesturing, but the meaning of it all couldn't get through the fog forming in your head. Right. Okay. Cove's voice was clear to you. He tilted his chin off to the side, to where Lee had just pointed. There was no question that you needed to get away from this. With Cove leading the way, the two of you slowly walked over to the room inside the ship. You followed his feet, looking at anything but the edges of the boat. You leaned against him. He held up... Excuse me, the weight. Oh, it's the seasickness is getting to me. Wait, with the cow complaint. He felt sturdy, which was a small relief in your discomfort. Ooh, it's a nice room. Cove opened a thick door wide, making room for you to get by. It closed behind you softly. Suddenly the noise level dropped. You could still hear the boat rocking on the waves, but much of the background hum cut off. He brought you to the bed and patted the blanket encouragingly. Come on, you should at least sit down. You crossed the room together, and you used his arms as a railing when he gently lowered you onto the mattress. Your knees strained when they bent, feeling creaky and fragile. With the bed solidly beneath you, you let out a breath. Are you sick? Yeah, I'm gonna have to say yes on that one. You look like it. Oh, damn, thanks. Very helpful. It was still difficult to focus, but the familiar sound of Cove's uncomfortable chuckle made it through easily. He was trying not to panic. Cove stiffly dragged a tiny trash can closer to the side of the bed, and his hand nervously fluttered around your forehead. You weren't sure if it was an attempted head pat he gave up on, or if he wanted to take your temperature. Oh, sorry, I'm holding, like... Dae needed a moment to recover from that. I'm holding, like, a piece of fry on my fingers, and I heard my dog just go... And I looked down, she's just staring so intensely at it. Here, you can have a little piece. They're not very salty, it's just a potato. You stared down at the trash can while desperately hoping you wouldn't need it. He paused to scan the full length of the room. His head whipped around fast enough to make you dizzy. If there's something I could do to make you feel better, like, maybe I could get you a drink? There's gotta be water here. Probably juice. There might even be that fancy sparkling water around. I could ask. Oh, I can't drink sparkling water. The carbonation's not good for me. Oh, I don't want you to go. The friendship route, goddamn. Give me juice. Something sweet and refreshing would help.
Yeah.
Alright, be right back. You rushed to the door, stalled briefly in the doorway to give you one last look. Apparently assured that you would be okay, Cove took a deep breath and ran out. You hugged your arms around yourself, hyper aware of how uncomfortable you felt. Queasiness overtook you. You groaned openly. You squeezed your eyes shut, though that might physically pull yourself together. Luckily, it didn't take Cove long to reappear. You heard a thump of his shoes before you scrambled inside, drink in hand. It's Apple. I hope that's alright. Oh my gosh, my favorite. He needs some juice. He started to pass you the bottle of juice before he thought better of it. He twisted the lid off and then extended you the juice the rest of the way. With the drink in your grasp, you took a cool sip. Thanks, Cove.
No problem.
He smiled like there was nothing wrong. You could almost believe it, too. I just want you to be okay. Me too. Damn. He sunk down to the floor with a soft thud. He positioned himself sideways as he scooched over towards an end cabinet near the bed. He glanced up at you from the ground and settled with his back to the cabinet. He was ready to stay in that spot for the long haul. Baxter's really concerned about you too. He stopped me when I was getting the drink, but he figured I knew you longer and didn't want to step on anyone's toes. That's just like him. You gulped down some more liquid and then sighed. You reached over Cove's head to put the drink down on top of the end of the cabinet. Just spills the juice all over him. Suddenly, there was a big wave that the boat bumped over, and you spilled all the juice on top of him. You folded into yourself on the bed, putting your head between your knees. You tried to keep yourself centered and steady. You felt Cove's fingers gently lay on your head. He stroked your hair. The rhythm of his touch soothed you. Slowly, you zoned out. You weren't asleep, but the world faded from around you. Everything was shut out, leaving you floating a step away from unconsciousness. You forgot you were on a boat. Every now and then, a particularly strong wave would jolt you back into the present, but each time you refocused on being calm, became lost in your mind once again. Had it been hours? Minutes? Days? It felt like forever, but also like nothing. Eventually, your mind caught up with you fully. Resting Cope's head was tucked next to you against the side of the bed. You only realized after moving. Luckily, you hadn't bothered him. Are you sleeping? Are you sleeping too? Only one of us can rest here. Thank you very much. You sighed in frustration that you couldn't go out there. You teared up at how badly you felt and how the trip was ruined. You needed more time to take care of yourself, you accepted. You decided to force yourself to get up. You know what? If I was here and that happened to me, I would be sad. I would feel like, oh, damn it. I ruined everything. It was supposed to be a fun trip, but instead, here I am, sitting here in the boat interior, trying not to puke my brains out. I did choose this, but I still feel bad. It hit you how much you had messed things up. Everyone had gone on this trip to have fun, not worry about you. Even though you kept trying to feel better, you still couldn't leave this bed. You were stuck here miserable, surely making everyone else miserable. Tears rolled down your cheeks, and you could feel your heartbeat pick up. Cove roused, eyelids fluttering open. When he saw you still locked into the bed, the peaceful expression he had a moment ago faded into concern. He didn't speak initially, but he was there for you all the same. I got cheese all over my shorts. These damn fries. You stared up the ceiling. No matter how hard you tried, you could still feel the waves knocking into the boat. Hey. Your gaze rolled over towards him. Cove watched you with a gentle face, and he tilted his head towards the side table. Want to play hangman? Hangman? Dumbstruck, you watched Cove reach up behind himself and retrieve a little guest notepad and pencil from the tabletop. He placed a piece of paper on the floor and started scribbling on the sheet without waiting for an answer. But don't think I'll take it easy on you. Cove looked up with a beaming smile. If you don't want to stretch your arms, I can write your stuff down too. You shook your head. I'm not dying. We can play like normal. Cove chuckled with a soft edge of anticipation. He was ready for a game. Now let's play. I picked the phrase already. You can start guessing. He squinted down at the page. He laid out for 3 words, 2, 2, and 4 letters each. Ooh. Enter 1 letter. Okay, everybody. It's time to play Hangman. What's y'all's guesses? Now, I actually don't know what the phrase is. So, we're all both going into this. We're all going into this. Well, I say both, but there's more than 2 people here. So yeah, if anybody wants to place a guess, feel free to do so. I'm gonna eat my fry before I do anything, really. Alright, one more. Okay, you can eat the cheese off this plate, Sam, but don't knock the plate over, please. There we go. Alright. Okay, no guesses? I'll guess. A. A. I remember when we were little and we'd play this whenever we were bored. Yeah, little moments. Lying lazily on the living room floor, car ride, secretly passing the scrap paper back and forth to the library. They all came flooding back to you. And of course, holding up in your room on all around 2 hot summer days. I remember too. E. No, sorry. Not E. Hey, sorry. Hey, give me that. She had the plate, the paper plate under my chair, so I tried to move and she just yeeted it out of there and ran away with it. Oh, now it's upside down. Well, at least it's on her blanket, so that'll matter. Alright. Hey, Dae, you know the drawings you used to have hanging in your room? The ones you made as a kid? Yeah? Did you keep any of them? Like, in storage or something? Yeah. Why are you asking? Curious, you instinctively leaned a bit forward. Cove smiled charmingly. I've always admired your ability with a crayon. I just wanted to see them again. Oh. Amused, you rolled your eyes and gave your head a small shake. A small laugh escaped Cove. You're my biggest fan. Yep. Of my crayons. I'll try to find them for you. Thank you for appreciating them. No, I don't want you to look at them. I'd rather make something new for you to look at. I'll try to find them for you. Really? Yeah, they're around the house somewhere.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Chuckling, Cove looked back at the paper. He held it up. You have at least to admit your skills back then are still better than mine are right now. This time you look closely at the cruelly drawn game board and tried to fight back a laugh. But it was futile. You both burst into a small fit of giggles at that. When you could breathe normally again, you resumed the game. Oh. What the fuck? What fucking word has... What 4-letter word has an O in the beginning and an A in the third place? What? Oral? I don't think it's oral. Do you remember when you got into that big fight with Lizzie? I can't believe we went ghost hunting as kids. Remember when you wanted to cheat for me? I can't believe we went ghost hunting as kids. Me either. What were we thinking as 8-year-olds? I remember I kept hearing noises. Then I saw you walking around the street in the middle of the night, so I put on that sweater I used to have and went outside too. Oh yeah, that huge sweater. You were really little then. Maybe I was, but not anymore. Try putting on the sweater now. You both rocked with laughter until your faces were red and your ribs hurt. When you caught your breath, you saw the coat wore a matching grin, and it soon softened the longer you both thought about your childhood exploits. Now that we're grown up, what do you think it was? He closed his eyes, carefully thinking about his answer. That had you leaning just a bit forward out of interest, but then Cove sighed and his shoulders slumped. The wind. It really was just that all along. That's so lame. I agree. Oh, I wanted you to say it was a ghost. I still think it was something else. That's so fucking lame. We were so dramatic over it too, and it was just the wind. You shouted, stretching your arms high over your head. Cove chuckled and you frowned. That wasn't the answer you were looking for. You watched as Cove's expression changed. He looked vexed while lost in thought. Being an adult is kind of crappy. Just figuring that out now. Your mouth pulled into a small smirk before you turned your attention back to the game. N. What? Oh my god. What the fuck is it? Do you remember that time you got into a big fight with Lizzie? Cove's gaze slowly rolled over to you. He snorted derisively. Which one? We were playing house and you two kept butting heads on how to do it. Oh. Surprise. That one? That was tanned compared to the rest. Surprise, Cove sat up straighter and his eyes furrowed. You could tell that he was searching for the memory. That was a long time ago? It was one of our first playdates all together. You got so upset you stormed out. Lizzie tried to lie about what happened, but I told my mom how she was acting, and she had to call and apologize. My hero all along. I am a hero. As you both sat there quietly with your thoughts, a distant look marred Cove's face. Getting upset and running away was something I used to do a lot, huh? When we first met, I was hiding from my dad. I'd do the same when Lizzie and I would fight. Used to was kind of a generous phrase, considering everything. There was a time when you literally tried running away from home. You sort of secretly ran away over to my room when your dad invited your mom over. No, that's the big one.
I mean,
That's true. I also that one too. Okay. The words came flying out of his mouth in a squeak. His face burned red and he dropped his gaze to his lap. Yeah, I did that too. Yeah, you've done it a lot. Maybe I should work on that. Yeah, maybe you should work on your fight or flight skills. Oh, sorry. Just ran out of drink. Stop flying and start fighting. Just start swinging your hands. There was no stopping the laugh that burst from you. Cove narrowed his eyes, but there was a small playful look shining there. You better take your turn before I decide to run away again. You can't escape. We're in the middle of the ocean. True, but I can leave you alone in this room if you're not delicate enough with me. I'm sorry. You are a gentle, dainty boy. A precious boy. I will be more gentle with you. The corner of his mouth pulled into a bent smile, and you immediately matched it. You picked up the pencil to keep playing. Okay, okay. What the... No, what? I'm trying to think... I'm looking at these two. I put in... like, I'm trying to think of two little words. There's, like, at, to, and in, and it's not either of these. So... Hold on, I'm looking up. Two-letter words? Excuse me? Oh yeah, this really helps me. Okay, oh, I guess I could try I and F. Okay, I. There we go. Yep, that's right. Remember when you wanted to cheat for me?
no.
What? No. I've never tried to cheat for you. I've never cheated at all. There was a time when I thought I lost my assignment and you tried to give me yours. Oh. His eyes lit up, recalling that moment clearly. I wasn't actually going to give it to you. I lied. His mouth curled into a smirk, and you shook your head snickering, anticipating what Cove had to say on the subject. That's not cheating. You did the assignment. It is, and you are a cheater.
No way.
Stop that. It doesn't count. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, then it must be a duck. Quack, quack. Cove rolled his eyes, completely unenthused. You laughed, and it quickly turned into a full-body rumble. Cove's expression softened to a fond look. If you needed it, I would cheat for real. Or anything else. Sanju could only nod. After that, you both quietly, but with a soft smile, returned your attention back to the paper to continue the game. F. What? What do you mean? What is it? What is it? Does anybody know? Okay, let me... Okay, I got you S. And... I guess a D? Can anybody guess? Okay. I is... something. I is alright. I don't know. Don't skip. Stop it. L? Shit. D? What? Wait. Did I do T? It is... Okay. It is... something. What is the word? I feel like I'm playing Wordle right now. What's the word? It is... It starts with an O and has an A in it. Opal? It is opal. What? Why would you say it's opal, though? Yes, I am cheating. I am cheating. Don't judge me. Show more. Yeah, like the only word I can think of is opal. It is opal? But I don't think it's opal. What the fuck is it? Alright, well, I guess... L. You're close. I know I'm L? You already guessed that one, remember? Ah, okay, it doesn't have an L in it then. Oh my gosh. You already guessed that one. Well, shit. Okay, it's definitely not oral then. Thought I already guessed an R. I think I didn't. I think he's making this word up. R. Damn it! I win, but I'll tell you the answer anyway. Yeah, tell me. What the fuck is it? Go pick up the pencil and fill in the complete statement. In simple handwritten letters, was the message, "It is okay." He stunned. Your eyes slowly trailed up to his. That's what you wanted to say? Cove averted his gaze for a moment. His cheeks grew pinker, but slowly his expression grew more serious. He turned back to you.
It's okay.
Aw. He knew we were very upset, and he's trying to tell us it was okay. You moved with enough force, throwing your arms over the side of the bed, that you almost knocked Cove over. He wrapped his arms around you and steadied you both. Sighing, all the tension in your body melted away, and you relaxed into him. You feel Cove lightly rubbing your back in a soothing circle. Thank you. You're such a lovely person. I'm really lucky to know you. It's a good game. No compliment. It's just a good game. Yeah, it was. Eventually, a light tapping at the door caught your attention. It slowly opened and Lee popped her head in, giving a little wave. Hey, how are you holding up? I'm okay. Okay, good. She's like, she's like, I don't know what to do. So Lee sounded unsure. You gave her a reassuring smile, as best as you could manage in the moment. Lee rubbed her hands together. You raised an eyebrow, knowing her well enough to tell that she was preparing herself to say something. Well, I talked to the captain, and it's no problem for us to swing back to the mainland sooner than the usual schedule. We're already on our way, if that helps. Thank you. Thank God, we're gonna be out of here. You don't have to do that. Yeah, you don't have to do that. You felt even worse, now wrecked with guilt for truly spoiling the trip. Lee shook her head. We've already had a fun-filled day. There's no need to push it. We had to be back before nightfall anyways. It's no big deal to head back now. That's cool. Really cool. Thanks, Lee. Yeah, but now the day's ruined. God damn it. His expression was hopeful. Cove was as eager for you to feel better as you were. Dae, let's go home. A sort of laugh escaped Lee instantly. She turned away with her hand covering her mouth, but a few more giggles shook her before she looked back. I didn't know you two moved in together. And they were roommates. Cove's eyes narrowed, his whole expression followed suit, morphing into an unimpressed look. He didn't bother acknowledging Lee in any way. Apparently it wasn't worth dignifying with an answer. Yeah, let's go home. Well, my house is practically yours house too, Cove. Come on, I can't just pretend that kind of slip-up didn't happen. You practically do live there. Your hardly a neighbor rolled his eyes as Lee roared with laughter again, clapping her hands.
Come on.
Are you two done yet? You know what I meant. Yeah. Okay. And Lee shifted the weight on her feet like she was antsy.
Sorry.
Hey, Dae, I really am sorry about today. I didn't mean to invite you out on a boat that would make you feel like garbage. I'm sorry I ruined the trip. I can forgive you for such a slight against me personally. You're welcome. How could you have known this would happen? Yeah, how could you have known? There's no need to apologize.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, this is no one's fault. Looking relieved, Lee's eyes brightened. With things truly settled, you started to feel better than before already. The rest of the boat ride went by peacefully. Everyone agreed to let you rest as much as possible until it docked at the harbor once more. Finally, the time came and you were able to disembark. The sun was still setting along the horizon during the long trip back to Sunset. Oh, it actually keeps going. Past the boat trip, because I think last time it just ended while we were still on the boat. So interesting. You blinked dozily, watching the fading rays coming through the car window. You turned your head to spy on Cove from your spot in the back seat. You wondered what he was thinking. Cove's focus was completely absorbing driving home. An affectionate warmth fluttered in your chest at the simple sight of your neighbor. You were grateful that Cove was there today. Now that you were safely back on land, you were feeling more at ease. Your eyes were growing heavier from the exertion today. But even though the trip didn't go as planned, it wasn't all bad. There were nice moments that made all the trouble worth it. The people you cared most about cared for you just as much as in return. A big yawn rumbled through you, and left your eyes in a tired squint. Pulling your head to look out the window once more, you watched the scenery pass on by, growing more and more familiar as home came closer. You'd be back soon, and you smiled thinking about what an adventure the day turned out to be. You truly ventured out to sea, and you'd return alive. As far as you were concerned, that was quite a victory. Alright. That was a nice little switch up. Instead of just, doing the same exact route. Go a different way. Alright, so now we have 9 left. Okay. The number generator speaks the number 6. So what's 6? It's reflection. Okay. Alright, skip. I am fiddling with the Rubik's Cube. For every row you locked into the right place, there was at least one that snuck away from where you wanted it to be. Even with your mind elsewhere, you could tell Ko was similarly at ease. He had his chin propped up with one hand as he scrolled through his phone. Skip. Oh, can I see your kitty photos? Ko narrowed his eyes, smile still bent. I was gonna show you. Oh, were you now? Keep going. Kid pictures are supposed to be embarrassing. That's a part of the fun. He was holding out on you, but your protest was of no use. Ko only cleared his throat nervously. The fear of his dad's well-meaning actions still looming large in his mind. Keep going. You walked over and took a seat on the bed next to her to get a full view. Rawr.
Right?
His little zombie costume. This was so grossed out and Shiloh was terrified. You laughed, so clearly remembering their faces for when they saw Cobb's get up that night. He chuckled at your reply. I keep going. Oh, this is his, this is the one where we get, the lore on Cobb's parents and what led up to their divorce. That's right. It always takes me, catches me off guard. I get into this moment and I think, oh yeah, we were looking at pictures, a lot of y'all. So fun and wholesome, and then we get to the, let's go jet skiing. It's like, oh wait, this is actually a big one, isn't it? It's a definite blow to your street kid. You don't have to say it, even if it is true. I think I do. Keep going. Not asking, I'm just reaching. Carefully, you watch the tips of your fingers to the pale line of the skin. Back when you were younger, it had seemed so very present on Cove's form. Now it was hardly wider than the fingers you traced along it, and equally non-threatening. Cove gave you an awkward, wobbly smile as you continued the path down his arm. You wondered if it tickled. You snickered at the face he made, then pulled away, grinning at Cove. You felt good knowing you were both fully comfortable with each other. Alright. Skip. I'm glad you put the kid along. I'm sorry that happened. You laughed at what a terrible idea it had been. How could you be so reckless? How could you, an 8-year-old, be so reckless? I'm glad you're both okay. That's the important thing. Keep going. I like where this is headed. Okay, renting a jet ski. Yes! No. Maybe. You want to break another bone? Cove pouted, his lower lip jutting out, which didn't back up what he said next. I'm not a little kid. You don't have to worry. I will anyway. Alright, let's try jet skiing. Go. We're just as pumped.
Bye.
Skip. What's up?
No.
I don't care. Hadn't you noticed that before? Well, I kind of did, but not exactly in the way I'm seeing it now. As a kid, I didn't think about the consequences of my actions, you know? Or what I did impacted other people. Like, why should anyone care? I'm the one doing it, not them. There's no way you're going off your own. We always look out for each other, remember? Keep going. Whoa! At least with this one, it's just like...
What?
At least in this moment, we don't have to spend too much time in reading dialogue because it's so focused heavily on Cove and his parents. We could just like skip right through. I mean, we've seen it before. Yeah. And this is Derek's route, it's not Cove's route. We don't care about your lore, Cove. Okay, you thought you understood Cove's dad a little bit better too. Your perception of Cliff had always been colored by the limited size he was willing to show his neighbors, and then through Cove's eyes. Yes, yes. What a true friend. You're a true friend. In here till the end. I'm glad I could be here. When Cove stopped staring at the board, you smiled at him. Okay, keep going. I could use some money. You were mostly joking, but that being said, you wouldn't mind a $20 bill. I mean, me too. Not you too.
Sure.
Hey, $20 is $20, you know? I could get some McDonald's with that. Okay, I'll leave making jokes about that to Cove. Yes. Alright. Take care of yourself. You do the same for me. Cove grinned at you, all grateful, positivity, and sunshine. Daughter laughed at the dog. Alright. Relationships are complicated.
It's nice.
I don't care what you think about marriage. We're not getting married. I got my marriage play with Derek going on right now. Oh, you don't care about marriage?
Thanks.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care what your opinion is. It does not matter to me. Okay, nervous about jet skiing, but what did I say? But you weren't bad at it, yeah. I knew that jet skis could be dangerous. You kept a healthy caution over the vehicle. It was tricky at the start. You drove in short bursts, since each time you made it go forward it seemed too fast. You worried that you were going to fly off, or the jet ski would flip over. However, it didn't take you long to realize that you had decent control over the vehicle. You grew more comfortable with the controls and let yourself relax a little. Alright, skip. Show off my best angles. You posed, and Cove tried to follow your lead. He took a few pictures, and you pointed out the best one. You liked how it turned out, and he sent it to you. It would be a nice memory. His phone vibrated. Yes. Much more speedy. There's not too many different ways you can play out that one. That's for sure. At least I don't think so. I haven't actually tried, actually. How would it go differently if we just don't go? No, we're not going jet skiing, Cove. We're staying right here, and we're looking at more pictures from childhood. Just yours, though. Not mine. Let's go for a drive. Skip. Okay, he's sitting on one cousin, we're stretched out on the other one. You had your feet propped up on one of the armrests and stuffed a comfy cushion beneath your head. Totally settled in.
Hi.
I want to get comfy. Hey, hi, Kiara. You bought a lot of... What did he say? Cove, baby, I wanted to ask you if you had a plan for all your junk. Cove had a small outraged grumble, giving you a sidelong glance. You bought a lot of that junk. True.
Aha.
But is that a yes or no about the plan? Cove closed his eyes for a moment. His nose wrinkled in thought. Can you let me know how busy you are this week? I'll check my schedule.
Cool.
He looked over at you, his mouth pulled into a tight smile. I'm going to take the phone off speaker so me and Mom can go over this. It'll be quick. While waiting for an answer, Cove took the phone from the table and pushed himself to his feet. Okay, he's
Hey.
talking. He comes back. I hope you managed without me. You watched as Cove strolled over to where you were sitting. So, good news or bad news? He sighed dramatically and let his forehead fall against the couch back. You know how I always just fly whenever I visit my mom? Well, I could never take everything I had there with me on the plane. That's the stuff she was talking about. Now that I'm not going to be visiting her like I used to, I'll have to go get it at some point. He looked at you, his forehead creasing as he thought of the situation through. Some of it is pretty big, so it's not really practical to have it shipped. I can drive over and pick it up. When will you go? That's what my mom wanted to know. She thought it'd be best to do it soon before things get even busier. He paused and let out a soft sigh, his shoulders dropping, knowing it was something of a stressful job to handle. I think that's probably the idea that makes the most sense too. It'd be good to get it over and done with. I'll be sending out as soon as I can. Oh, another trip already then. He gave you a grim smile and shrugged.
I know.
I'm sorry. Are you just trying to get away from me? Never. I'm a delight to be around. Why would you ever want to leave my side? You cracked a smile, but deep down you were sad that you had to leave again so soon. Looking up again, you met his bright, aquamarine eyes, finding a sad smile tugging on his lips. Oh! Suddenly his eyebrows jumped, and his eyes lit up like a lamp. You could come with me. Huh? You should come. My visits to Mom's are usually special, so she and I can spend time together, but this time it's not like that. It's an errand. My plan is to drive out one morning, spend the night, and then we can pack up the car the next morning and then turn right back around. It'll only take 2 days for the whole thing. You thought to yourself too. Sorry, that was trying to rip its way out of me. You thought to yourself for a moment, amused by Cove's excitement. Are you sure it'd be okay if I go?
I mean...
Yeah, why not? I probably could use the company. It's a pretty long drive for one person. Plus, you'd have the chance to see my mom in person. I know she'd be happy to see you again. You bounced on the spot as you radiated with excitement. When should we leave? I'll have to let Moms know, but as long as we've got nothing else important on the days we pick, then there's no reason I wouldn't be able to go. Cove's face brightened, and you were sure the prospect of having a travel buddy made the task seem less tiresome. I'll call my mom back and tell her. We can pick a time right now. And we pick a time. Excited for the trip. We're going to Nevada. A high five.
Thank you.
Yes, you know what I like. How could I forget? He smiled, happy with the answer. Here, skip. It was an amazing night. I don't have a comment on the potato chip flavor. I pour a few chips into his hand. Cove had out one outstretched hand while trying to resist the urge to look at what he was getting. You did your best to have the chips fall into his palm, but some did end up on the floor. 5-second rule. Just quickly up and just slip it right up. Thanks. You're like a little kid. We can take shifts this time around. Last time I was like, no, you drive. I don't want to drive. I'll be kind this time. They're always fairly straightforward, and you had enough practice with driving to feel comfortable doing so. Hey, Skip. We barely made it.
Anywhoosies.
You can keep your bed, Mom. Dae can use mine. I'll sleep on the couch or the floor. Whatever's easiest. It doesn't matter for one night. I mean, I'll take the floor. Cove shook his head, dismissing the idea immediately.
No.
You're the guest. And so are you, so it doesn't matter. I don't want to take your bed. I also wanted to take it from you, and I said it first. I said it first. The two of you narrowed your eyes at each other stubbornly. Kira took that as her cue to step in. My house, my rules then. And you know who I have to side with. I'd like you to take the bed, Dae. Fine. I guess I can't say no to Kira. You hesitated a moment, but it seemed you had to accept the hospitality. With a small sigh, you gave in. Alright, alright. Cool.
So.
Okay, skip. You can sleep there. I'm not sure if in good conscience I can allow the two of you to stay in the same room together. You'll stay up the night having fun, and then you'll have to make the trip back with no rest. Come on, we're not little kids having a sleepover. We're responsible adults. Break day. Well, I am. Cove, though. Hey! It's like, don't you remember that time you crawled up into the loft with me, and we hung out up there? You were the one that invited me. I don't recall. I don't recall that happening. Chuckle quietly to yourself as Cove gave you a disapproving look. Alright, skip.
So.
That's sweet of her. Yeah, she's good like that. Them's the breaks. His eyes widened in
okay.
disbelief. I did offer you to take the bed tonight, you know. I do know, but you were still the guest and I hadn't had the epiphany. With a tired sigh, he flopped back down. I can make do with the floor for old time's sake. Some real human came back to his tone. It's basically a tradition, you know. I mean, why don't we share? It's big enough. He made a thoughtful noise as though he were considering it. It wouldn't be as comfortable with the two of you in the bed, but you wanted to offer anyway. No, it's alright. Thank you for offering, though. That was nice.
Don't worry about
You're already doing me a big favor by coming here in the first place. Just let me do this one thing and give you the bed. That's what I want for this trip, okay? Pursing your lips tight, you gave a small nod and admitted defeat. Alright, I'll have the bed. Thanks, Cove. You made a small noise but said no more. With an accepting sigh, you pulled the covers up under your chin and got comfortable. We sleep. Cove will always have to nudge me awake. Rise and shine, Dae. No. I don't want to wake up. I just want to sleep. That was me this morning. Oh my gosh. So this morning I was, laying in bed, resting, It's my off day, so I got to sleep in. And I don't know what it is. I have, so we have central air, but I still have this old air conditioner sitting in my window that I never took out. And, sometimes, once in a while, I would hear a bird, I guess, hanging out in there on the windowsill. Since I guess, it's easier for them to, sit on. But recently, this year, I don't know, they've gotten so much more aggressive. It sounds like there's, a straight-up all-out brawl going on outside the air conditioner there from those damn birds. And I woke up to them just hearing... what the fuck are they even doing out there? Sometimes, I'll smack their air conditioner because, it's next to the bed. And they'll stop for a little bit, but then they'll just pick right back up on it. It's I don't know what's going on out there, but they need to chill out. I'm trying to sleep. Hey, can you pull out the stuff in those drawers?
Neat.
No. I was only lending you those. I think I'll take them back now. So that's why an alarm, but upon seeing the smile that was pulling on your lips, you chuckled softly. I think you should probably just continue lending them to me.
That's nice.
These are special. It was important, having a piece of you with me when we were apart.
That's...
Okay. I didn't know you thought about it when you were away. You have to laugh at that. His eyes crinkling at the corners as he made a face at you. It's not like I could forget you. It's not like he has object permanence. Thank you for the snacks. I'm sure they'll come in handy with this guy around. Cove scoffed and playfully rolled his eyes, earning a giggle from Kira. I don't doubt it. Like father, like son. You skip.
Me too.
We'll all be together again for you not. I hope so.
Come on.
Okay, after a while you switched places with Cove and took over driving for a couple hours. The day flew by in a whir of open road and sunshine, and before you knew it, it was early afternoon. By that point, you had already crossed the state line. Cove announced that he planned to stop a little stop on the way home. He was quite pleased with himself as you arrived at the precipice. The Redwood National Park. Oh, so he made us drive there this time. You're driving to your own surprise. Well, please stop here. It's better than taking a break at the gas station. Cove nodded, his eyes drinking in the nature surrounding you. It's more beautiful anyway. You're beautiful, Cove. It's so hard being apart from you. You know, we spent the night in the loft together. There's barely enough room for the two of us, but it was fun. Cove chuckled and shook his head at the moment. It was memorable, especially when I got caught up there by my parents in the morning. He laughed, and soon enough you were joining him. It had been pretty embarrassing for him at the time, but you were glad he could look back and laugh about it now.
Well,
Okay,
I
continuing.
mean,
I'm worried about how things will be in the future.
I'm so glad.
Right. Alright. Oh, do I really need to keep saving every time if we're just going to speed run through these? I mean, it doesn't seem like it would really matter. Okay, let's get the next one. Okay, 7. Okay, it's 4, so that is charity. Oh, it's the charity event. Go. I'm exhausted. It's been a long day. Let's hope more people learn the joy of putting trash where it belongs. One can only hope. You nodded in agreement, reaching for your drink bottle and gulping down the cool water inside. Though you knew the work you were doing was for a good cause, being out in the heat all morning had been slowly draining your energy until you had next to nothing left. I'm thirsty. Have to be hydrated, especially when you're working out in the hot sun. Picking up others' trash. Has nobody heard how to use a trash can? God damn. Okay, you enjoyed the work, but mostly want to have a good time. Being a part of an organization like Orca meant you got to meet different people and go to all sorts of places you might not have had the chance to usually.
Not bad.
We did a nice job today. It's been a good year so far. It's crazy to think that it's already time to push the big event. Hell yeah. I'm curious about the night. That would be fun. I've never been to a professional type party. Cove nodded, though he still seemed reluctant.
I mean,
I still feel excited about attending a super formal meal with proper etiquette and stuff, you know? He's not a fancy boy. He's not a bougie boy. Right, I bet you'd rather stay out here, being the true beach bum you were meant to be. He chuckled a little and gave you a sidelong glance. You know me too well. Okay, skip. Finally, let's move on. Cove tucked himself away eagerly. High five! Cove's palm slapped solidly against yours, and he smiled at you crookedly.
not bad.
Cove rolled his eyes and ran a hand through his seafoam-colored hair. Come on, we're not that clingy with each other. That's right. That's us. We're joined at the hips, some might say. Okay, he mumbled a reply, content to sit back and let Cove deal with the handover.
Uh-huh.
Keep going. I take the other seat. Keep skipping. We've got things under control. Look at how well we did with the beach cleanup. I'm sure this will be a piece of cake.
So?
I take the water bottle. A new water bottle for more hydration. Psych yourself up. This could be your first ticket sale of the day. You had to give it all you had to make sure the event was a success. Hi, how are you doing today? Time passed as the two of you manned the stall. As people approached, your sales pitch would either have them asking for a ticket or two, or heading off and mumbling, maybe next time. Okay, well, I'm putting myself together by myself this time. We had Cove and Liz help us last time. I was like, no, this ain't my first rodeo. This was my first rodeo when I started streaming this anyway, but you know, it is what it is. It was kind of peaceful not having anyone else around to rush you. You knew you had to get going before it was too late, but at least this way you could hear yourself think. Okay. I wasn't happy about having to dress up. Fancy clothes were always stuffy and comfortable, and it just totally unnecessary. Your lips puckered into a frown as you rifled through the options with a tired sigh. Taking a deep breath to refocus yourself, you looked over the options one last time. It was time to decide on an outfit. Quick! I would like a button-on shirt and pants. Thank you. I will add an accessory. To finish it all off, I will add a necklace. And a bracelet. I will add a pair of earrings. And that was everything. I don't want a tie this time, or an anklet. I'm ready to go. No makeup. Coulson threw a text saying he was heading to the car and would see you in a bit. Okay, skip. Oh wow, that lag. Nice work, kid. Okay, they continue to fuss at you. You sighed dramatically. You were going to be running late if you didn't get going.
Have fun.
Right. Colt was standing there as expected, next to the garage of his house, and tapping away on his phone. He looked up at the sound of the door closing. Hey, Dae. Hey, stranger. I barely recognize you. Keep skipping. It was formal for sure, though it didn't feel overly posh. It made sense for him. He looked you over as well, a big smile on his face. I have no idea how you managed to make such an amazing transformation. It's like I'm a werewolf. But wait, what do you mean about that? He chuckled as you nudged him in the arm, rolling your eyes as teasing. I always look this good, excuse you. Damn, Cove, you're so hot right now. Yeah, well, I hope you take it all in while you can, because there's a good chance you won't be seeing me in anything like this ever again. Well, damn, Cove. You laughed as Cove pulled at the collar of his shirt, making an uncomfortable face. You laughed at the reaction.
Come on.
Alright, let's get to this. Best looking event I've ever been to.
Of course.
I wouldn't miss it either. This is our big night. Of course we had to see what we were working towards. Well, thank you for being a part of the team. You're always welcome to help us out with activities whenever they come up. Thanks. Okay, keep skipping. Oh, we're excited for him. Cove worked so hard to make this event happen. It was the least that he deserved. I had to remember what the context was. Like, why am I rolling my eyes at him? No, I'm not. I eat both salad and bread. Delicious. It's too small. Still pretty hungry. You discreetly flipped off the other guests. With everyone else looking down their plates, you took the chance to stick out your middle finger their way. Cove snorted with laughter before abruptly slapping a hand over his mouth. His eyebrows turned upwards in both amusement and embarrassment as his shoulders continued shaking with his laughter. You quickly shoved your hand into your lap when the other guests turned their heads, pretending that nothing had happened at all. You received some strange looks, but at least it managed to cheer Cove up. Okay, I choose the chicken. I always choose the chicken. I kick him under the table. The tips of your toes knocked against his shin discreetly, but enough for him to really feel it. He bolted upright in shock, almost choking on his mouthful of food. The look he gave you was far from impressed, but his eyes still held a glint of amusement. Look at that look on his face. He's like, you better not try that shit again. You fucking bitch. This is a fancy event here. Have to have proper etiquette. He threw your gaze away from him innocently, as though you had done nothing at all. When you peeked to see if you had gotten off scot-free, he rolled his eyes and returned to his meal. You chuckled lightly beneath your breath, and he did the same, thoroughly entertained. Alright, skip. Now we can get more dessert later. You gave him an encouraging smile. He looked at you sheepishly, embarrassed to have been caught sulking over such a thing. He fumbled for a defense. Here, take a bite of mine.
Thanks.
This wasn't the first time he'd gotten a sample from you. It seems you couldn't help but indulge Cove. I just always gotta spoil him. Cove propped an elbow on the table again, smooshing his cheek on his hand as he idly let his gaze float over the small sea of guests. Do you want to dance, Cove? He raised an eyebrow, thinking the proposition over. After a moment, he smiled, his lips tilted crookedly to the side. Alright, let's dance. Oh, this is the first time we're dancing in this route. You rose from your seat and followed Cove out to the dance floor. When you had found a spot for yourselves, you turned to him with a small smile. Holding his hands out at his sides, he shrugged, unsure what to do with them. Deciding that one of you needed to take the lead, you held a palm up for him. With a crooked smile and the raise of his eyebrow, he slipped his hand into yours. It took some doing, but amidst your nervous laughter, you managed to find a comfortable enough position and set a rhythm to the music. It wasn't so bad after that. In fact, it was kind of fun, and even Cove seemed to continue dancing. All this happened, huh?
I'm so glad.
Sure has. And oh, it just seems like it went by so fast. I think we'll have to tell your dad thanks. Probably. Skip. It had been a long night, and you were ready to be on your way. Stifling a yawn with the back of your hand, you walked together with Cove out to the parking lot. Alright, skip. That was quite a night. Cove let out a breathy laugh, nodding agreement. Yeah, it was. I ruffled his hair playfully. He made an unhappy face, but you could tell he was more than ready to fall into bed.
Night.
Night, Dae. Good night. I've got to let the guy in. Is he trying to break in? Have you looked at a clock? It's too late for this. You decide and let him climb inside.
It's nice.
Okay, continue. Cove. I'll always be there for you too. I'll hug him this time. You stepped closer and grabbed Cove into a hug. He made a squeaking sound as he tried to move his hands out of the way, but then laughed when the firefly flew off. He didn't seem to mind the bug's escape too much. Cove chuckled shyly and then hugged you back, his arms wrapped around you tightly, reaffirming that he'd always be there for you. Cove looked at you, affection plain in his face. Hey, do you want to go out to the hill? The fireflies are still there. Let's go!
So...
let's see from the window.
Are you okay?
Laid down in the grass. Ooh, this time. Let's do race. I wanted to race you down the hill. Whoever can roll the fastest wins. Cove chuckled and crossed his knees casually. How would we even tell who won? We'd both be rolling. We could shout it, or maybe we could just do a quick check for the other as soon as we reach the bottom. He tilted his head towards you and uncrossed his legs. Well, I am already in position. Let's do it. With a smile, you wondered if he had a disadvantage in his formal wear. Then again, it wasn't like pajamas were made for rolling either. And even though you were already on the ground, you twisted the way you were settled to be more prepared. Then you stared each other down. It was almost time. This was serious business.
Right.
You know the rules. On the count of 3. Nodding, you tucked your limbs in tight and prepared yourself. 1, 2, 3. Go! You hurled your body sideways, and you could only imagine Cove was doing the same. You're rolling, and then the hill was suddenly over. It felt like a much shorter trip than it used to be. You stuck your dizzied head into the air and locked eyes with Cove. He was down there already as well. Both of you were breathing heavily with satisfied expressions creeping onto your faces. I won. I won. Cove looked amused and unsuccessfully hit a lap behind a hand.
No way.
No way. That was a tie. No. It sounds like you're just coping here, Cove. Cove, you gotta change your name to Cope. Cove dropped it back to his side and rolled the rest of the way over to you. You couldn't stop yourself from laughing and laid down next to him when he arrived. Okay, these were moments of treasure, and you already knew you'd be remembering them for a long time. Okay. Another one bites the dust. Alright, 6. It's 3. That is talks. Speak! Give him space. As Cove started to cautiously lower himself inside, one of his feet landed on a bag you had left nearby. He stumbled a bit, but steadied himself before he could fall. Oh, sorry, my room. It's too messy, apparently. Cove chuckled shakily as he got properly upright. You just shook your head. Looking a little sheepish, he brushed his hands down his pants.
Hey.
Hey, Dae.
Don't.
Hi.
I mean.
There's some drama going on. I hope Terry's alright.
Is that all right?
I feel confident this is gonna work out. You try to relax.
Well.
We should find out Terry's side of the story. I think you're pushing too much. Cove's eyebrows screwed together and his grip on his phone tightened. Cove, just because you're upset doesn't mean you can cross lines, especially when we still don't know the whole story. Let's see. I know you're still thinking about it. Stop. His aquamarine eyes practically pierced your soul with how plaintive they were. But look who knocked down mountains. Would it really be so bad? Yes, you have to give it time. You can talk to me instead. For a long moment, he held that crushing stare. Thankfully, he let out a breath in defeat, and you felt your own breathing relax. A small noise escaped his lips. All the frustration at this situation crumbled away from his face, and he spoke softly. Thanks, Dae. I'm glad it's not just me with all this happening. Cove took one last look at his phone and then put it away. His effort at a smile was meager but earnest.
It's okay.
We can just forget about it for a while. Terry will talk to us when she wants to. Yeah. That sounds good to me. Okay, skip. When she saw you were there, she opened the door all the way. Ma was sitting there as well. She slipped past her wife to come inside your space. What's going on? We're okay. It's just, we're in a cult earlier. She and Terry are fighting, but none of us know what's going on with Terry.
I'm so sorry.
That's too bad. I'm sorry there's trouble with your friend, sweetie. Is there anything we can do to help? No. Everything is awful. Yeah, it makes me feel horrible too. But it's because of what happened with your parents. You reflected on everything you had learned about Mr. Holden, Kira, and their relationship and their son. They went through a lot. Oh yeah, that's right, because I don't think I've ever played, Reflections before Talks. I always did Talks beforehand, so... This is different now. We got the context, the backstory, the lore. Cove ran a hand through his hair. His hair? A strange smile spreading across his lips. For him, this pain stuck close to his heart. Just as quickly as it had come, his smile was gone, lost in his faraway gaze. Yeah, you know what happened. It's like my parents. He whispered his thoughts insistently, almost unconcerned with whether you could hear them or not. They used to fight all the time. I'm sorry. Dae,
Don't worry about
it's
it.
okay. Cove gazed reassuringly at you. It's not like that anymore, right? Things are so different now. Better. I don't even really think about it. Again, the sorrow asserted itself. When he continued, you could barely hear him. But I guess it's pretty obvious I haven't forgotten either. Placed a hand on his shoulder. He stared at you, startled for a moment as you crossed the room to him, but then he relaxed when you gently grabbed his shoulder. Once we have each other through the good and the bad, right, neighbor? Cove's eyes shined as his mouth pulled into a bent smile. It brought a smile to your own face. Yeah. When you finally let go, the two of you took a seat again, but this time side by side on your bed.
Well.
Lean against him. Resting the side of your head onto his shoulder, you glance up at his face. Cove watched you affectionately. In a gentle gaze, you finally feel like everything was going to be okay. No matter what happens, we can make it work. His mouth pulled into a bent smile at that. He chuckled, resting your head comfortably back on his shoulder.
Me too.
I think so too. Hey, Skip. Ask if she's talking to Miranda. Okay. Hey, Skip. Let's call Miranda. And just like that, everything is better. Like the snap of the fingers. I'm so relieved it's okay. I think it's okay given the circumstances.
Yeah.
Feelings on your head wavered. Skip.
In that case,
I'm keen to play.
Alright.
Alright. We're about halfway there. We're almost there. Derek, we're halfway there. Just wait a little bit longer. Okay, it's 5. Happiness. Can't spell happiness without a penis. Skip. Man, am I excited to see where this is going. The typing indicator dropped off and a notable pause followed. You snickered to the palm of your hand. It wasn't hard to imagine Cove red-faced and hunched over his phone in the dark, eyebrows furrowed as he tried to think of how to respond to your comment, but ultimately he didn't even attempt to address it. For what I was saying, he said, child, anyway. You're free for a while, right? What's gotten into Cove? Hold on, want to try something brand new. That'd be perfect if it somehow happened. Okay, I think last time we picked ice skating first, so let's do aquarium. Aquarium. You heard that in recent years, the aquarium have been making efforts towards conversation programs. It seemed like a perfect, obvious fit for Cove. Alright, cool. Wait, I want to read that. Don't think too hard about this talk. It doesn't mean anything. Uh-huh, sure. Whatever you say. Yeah. Good night, Dae. It's really late now. Yeah, it is. Nighty night. Alright, Skip. This is a surprise. Don't you normally use the window? You found it funny how you had grown so used to hearing him tapping at the glass pane that showing up at your front door was what it took to get a reaction. Okay. A poster of a band you love. You hadn't expected a gift at all, let alone something as thoughtful as this. Oh, we didn't get that last time. I don't remember what the gifts we got last time were, but that was definitely not one of them. Oh my god, an Imagine Dragons poster, just for me. I'm gonna hang it up on my wall. Taking one look at your face, not a doubt of complicated mix of happiness and shock. Cove let out a laugh. Surprise again. It really is. Hey, you know, I just got an idea. If you're free today, would you want to go to the aquarium with me? That sounds like it would be fun, right? Oh my goodness, what a surprising and completely unexpected invitation. I really got you, didn't I? With a snort, you shook your head at him. So is that a yes? Even though you had just talked about this last night, there was still a hint of uncertainty in Cove's voice. Well, it's probably not a no. Alright, question asked, let's go. I have not been to this aquarium before. Oh, go back. Go back. You really had other priorities for the road trips outside the city. It didn't seem like a big deal that you hadn't gone to the aquarium, but it still felt weird that Cove hadn't gone to the trouble before.
I guess.
Yep. I'm excited we're doing this for the first time together. Me too. It'll be good. New experiences. Oh my gosh, we're at first. You had to laugh. Of course you do. You had to laugh at his obvious conclusion. There's no way someone like you would hate a place like this. She went back without a hesitation. Yeah, the aquarium is great. Skip. Hey. You almost jumped. Started by Cove breaking the comfortable silence that had formed. He continued unabated. There are a lot of fish here. Oh, okay. Oh god. Let's hear it. That's right. Good job. You know, Cove's mouth grew into a sly smile, one large enough that you could see it despite him still facing to the side. A tilt also came to his brows. He was up to something for sure. If you were a fish, you'd be a royal dottyback because you're so grand. You smiled against your will at his silly fish-themed praise. Cove couldn't have pulled a more Cove-like line if he tried, which he likely did. Well, I also have plenty of fish knowledge. Well, if you were a fish, you'd be... Okay, okay, last time we did the silver dollar one, but should we be nice to him? Or should we be a teardrop butterfly fish because you cry a lot? Because you're a fucking baby. But also the clownfish. Oh my gosh, the clownfish is always so tempting. I love that line so much. It's because you're a fucking clown. For starters, you're my friend. So that doesn't help you out. Second, just list it off. Alright, you know what? I'll do the first one. A magnificent Rasbora, since you're so amazing. Cove absolutely beamed as you're praising a selection to represent him.
Thank you.
You're such a good fish friend. In fact, I know that we'll be friends. Fin ever. Stop, please. I can only take so much. You're a shell of a guy, Cove. I hurt myself in my confusion. He continued to smile at you, and it became impossible not to do the same in return. Alright, skip. As you walked, Cove stole a quick look at you after only having eyes for the fish for quite some time.
Hey.
Hey, would it be alright to ask why you chose this place? What made it the favorite out of everything? It doesn't matter why, I'm just curious. Excuse me. Because I felt pretty gassy and I wanted to show the fish my burpees. I thought it was fun to do together. His brows dipped. He was touched you cared to make it a good time together, though you weren't sure why he didn't expect it. That's nice of you. It was nice of you to ask me out somewhere. I guess it was. You exchanged mutual goofy grins, two softies trying to make the other happy. That's what we are.
So.
Two bros sitting in the aquarium 5 feet apart because we're not gay. But still the worst attempt at a surprise ever. Any trip with you is a good one. Really? Any at all? Yeah, of course. There was a quiet pause when you contentedly watched Cove. It wasn't hard to imagine the blush that was lightly trailing over his cheeks. I'm glad. True friend. Oh, wow. You come into the door all the time. It's starting to get weird. You realize how ridiculous that sounds, right? Yeah, I know. That doesn't stop it from being true. You're the one who made reasonable actions unheard of. Cove's mouth pulled into a bent smile, and he shrugged. And then Cove chuckled as he pulled out another gift from behind his back. Surprise! Want to go ice skating with me? Wait, oh, I didn't get to see what the gift was. I guess it was something we got before. Are you serious? I'm 100% serious. Oh, do you like what I got you? Cove does your present in his hand towards you, hoping that you take it. Until I hadn't completely registered it. What is it? You carefully... A ukulele case? For me? I do like it, thank you. Cove relaxed at that. You smiled warmly and accepted the gift. I'm glad. Are you going to accept the other part too? Hell yeah. Elated, Cove bounced a bit on the toes of his feet. You could feel the happiness radiating off of him in waves. Thanks for coming. I'll be in the car. You can go get ready.
Have fun.
I'm getting ready. I packed layers just in case.
So.
Your parents can't tell what you do. You're a big boy. Wow, you dork. Of course it's cold. What else did you expect from an ice skating rink? I don't know. I've only ever seen snow on TV. I'm feeling just fine. There was no denying that the building was chilly, but it was a refreshing change compared to the sweltering heat of the parking lot. He breathed breathily, laughed breathfully. That's good. The neighbor shuddered dramatically, almost retracting his head into retracting his head into his shirt in his renewed effort to keep warm, like a turtle. Okay, here, I'll help you. I will share my warmth, my bear warmth with you. So you're not freezing. Don't get hypothermia on me now. He took a step towards him and wrapped him up in what you hoped would eventually become a warm embrace. Okay, we hug. I've never been ice skating before. It's not like we did it out. Did it before in a previous life, you know what I mean? Okay, but this time we're doing just fine. Last time I was a bit more realistic. And I said I wasn't very good at ice skating. But this time I wanna be good. I wanna show off just a little bit, you know what I mean? You slid out onto the ice, managing not to buckle or trip on the way. It's kind of amazing we're seriously ice skating right now, but this is what we decided to do. It's just not being surprised over everything. The two of you developed a cautious rhythm, drawing long, slow circles around the edge of the rink side by side. You made sure the pace never exceeded what Cove was capable of. He was happy to let you guide him. You gave him pointers while making small strides. Sometimes he'd take breaks to settle down and give you the chance to flex more of your skills on your own. He seemed to enjoy that just as much as attempting to skate himself. White puffs of air released from you and Cove as you laughed and cheered each other on for any achievement. Skip. Oh, is this something secret you shouldn't be sharing? Feeling some tenseness, your teeth sank into your bottom lip. On the other hand, Mr. Holden chuckled. If it's supposed to be a secret, Cove's been awful at hiding it. He's doing it out in the open, so I don't think that's what he cares about. Your head tilted just a bit to the side as you watched Mr. Holden. You were honestly curious what his side to this was. As long as it was alright to hear, you wanted to know. There was a pause. He was unsure of what to say next, or how to phrase it at least. And right there, I've no thoughts, head empty. I did not take in any of that. I'm not too disappointed it's just me instead of your dad. As your teasing words sink in, you watch the smirk grow across his face. You crossed your arms and grinned.
No way.
No way. I actually prefer it. I hate my dad. Okay, lighthearted. Can we talk? Nothing awful. It's just a thing. Okay. Cove closed his laptop and laid it on the couch, cushion next to him. He got up, shuffled past the coffee table, and stopped right in front of you. Is everything alright? Yeah, just... What's going on, Cove? I was talking to your dad and he's been noticing some stuff. Apparently you've been obsessively looking up how to make someone happy. Is there a reason for that? You noticed that? Yeah. That's seriously it? You're killing me, Cove Holden. Cove stuttered out another laugh, and the tension in his shoulders eased. He put a hand to your face and shook your head. Killing you? Oh no, that's the exact opposite of what I wanted. I just want you to be happy. Oh, thank you for the sippy, Jack. I don't have any more sippy, so I'll go get some real quick. Well, actually, we're almost done. I know we have that, the play scene, actually. So I'll go get a drink right now. I'll be back. I'm walking away. I'll mute myself so you can't hear the TV. Oh shit, okay. I think my headset kind of fried a little bit when I walked next to the microwave. Can y'all hear me okay? Let me see if I'm being picked up on OBS. Ooh, how well? Okay, I am. Alright, we should be good then. I take the sip. I'm out of breath because I ran up the stairs as per usual. Ah, hydration. We love to see it. His gaze fell forward and he defaulted to rubbing at his arm. Skip. I hug him. Crashing into Cove, you wrapped your arms tightly around him and buried your face into his neck. You nearly knocked the air out of his lungs moving so fast, but Cove soon recovered and held you back. Cove, we best friends. You're a big dumbass. Cove blinked and did a double take. He was aghast that he would say such a thing, so having just admitted to probably being dumb. He stood up straighter. You heard me. I mean it. Affectionately. Cove cracked a small, reluctantly amused smile. Cove, you're my best friend. It never mattered how much we were pushed into spending time together. If I didn't like you, if you didn't like me, we never would have made any of this happen. We never would have gotten this close. We chose each other, and I don't see that ending anytime soon. We're gonna be okay. He starts crying. There was a pause, but neither of you were certain who was going to speak next. Cove sniffled.
Wow.
Thank you, Dae. Thanks for looking out for me. Even when I didn't even notice I was doing something worth checking in on. You're amazing. It's no problem. And you meant it. Cove was always there for you when you needed him. You breathed a happy sigh of relief that you're able to work this through. Alright, you should probably go home, huh? It's getting late and you'll need your rest. He looked at you, attempting to fade an innocent expression. I mean, what if something just happens to happen tomorrow? You laughed as Cove grinned, acknowledging his poor attempt at what the fuck was that word? Hold on. Subterfuge? What the fuck is that? You gotta use small words for me. Good night, Dae. Good night. Try not to miss me too much. You headed to the front door, waving as Cove saw you out.
Oh?
Skip. Thanks for letting me know about all this. It's better now. Great. Glad to hear it. Everything has been resolved. I am going to give him a gift. You were a decent cook. There's also the option of rallying the troops. Your mom knew who to cook wonderfully, and you could easily persuade them to give you a hand with this. I want to do it alone. It was for the best. We baked the cinnamon rolls. I always have to choose cinnamon roll sandwiches. Sandwiches that felt boring, though. They're not special. Cinnamon rolls up for the win. There was no time like the present. You found a suitable recipe and started pulling ingredients out, ready to be measured. Once you had everything you needed lined up and ready for attention, you'd be working through the steps. Nice skip. Kobe was working so hard to make you happy. You dearly wanted your friend to be happy too. You could only hope your efforts would work as well for him as his plans were working for you. Skip. Surprise! Kobe's laugh was as airy as a cotton candy store. Whoa! And Kira, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in, everybody. How was Five Nights at Freddy's? Security breach, right? What up, Kira? How is everybody doing today? For those of you that don't know me, my name is Dae Ursa. I am a bear PNG tuber. I typically stream a variety of games throughout the week, and once in a while I do an art stream. And today we're playing Our Life Beginnings and Always. We're trying to speed run through this portion of the game right now so we can get to the epilogue to finish up this route with a character named Derek. So that is the goal for today. We're almost done speed running till we get to that point. It was terrifying, but awesome. Hell yeah. I love to see it. I got to sit in on Shaggy playing the first Five Nights at Freddy's game. I think I even said to him, oh, I don't know, Security Breach, I don't know if it's because we mentioned you were playing it, or it just came up randomly, but, like, we mentioned Security Breach. I was like, you should play that game. They're hot in that one. The animatronics are hotter in that one. But I'm glad it was awesome. I'm glad it was fun. I died on an annoying part, though, that I have to do again next time. Oh, no, I'm sorry about that. But you can do it, Kira. I believe in you. I'm going to burp. Excuse me. It's like, oh my gosh. I'm burping in front of these people. I'm so sorry. But yeah, if you guys got a dip to go get something to eat, get some drink, go rest. If you got a raid and dash, that's all good. I appreciate you guys stopping by. And for those of you that are sticking around, I hope you have a good all time here. I was really close. Oh, that makes it even worse. When you're going through the annoying part of a video game and you get so close to finishing it and being free, and then you die or you mess something up and you have to start all over again, that's the worst feeling. I've played a couple games like that where that's happened to me, and I was like, you know what? I've had enough, and I closed the game and I never open it again. No more. So, but I believe you can do it next time, Kira. Yeah, I got a tip for movie night, so I'll see you later. Oh, hell yeah! I hope you have a good movie night. What movie won? I want to see. I voted, even though I can never make it to the movies. Let's see which one won. I can't read. There's a tie between Ponyo and Pulp Fiction. Wow, two drastically different movies. Ponyo and Pulp Fiction. Oh, yeah. So I get to choose. Ooh, which one are you gonna pick? Do we get to know? Spoilers? Ponyo, hell yeah. We love to see it. Oh! I almost forgot. I always forget. Goddamn. Okay. Shout out to Kira. I'm so bad at giving shout outs. I'm in an anime mood. Hell yeah, I've been in an anime mood. I just have not made the commitment to watching something yet. Okay, shout out to Kira.
Oh, Fuge for Lavan. Where do I begin? The thing I hate most about Bosto 7 is their ability to always speak in utter nonsense. It's like they have a PhD in stupidity. But hey, at least they keep things interesting, right?
The roast indeed. God damn. Robocat. Who hurt your cat? What did they do to make you speak all that shit on them? God damn. And just like your shocked expression during the whole time too is like, oh my gosh. But yeah, if he was in a super roasty mood, it sounded like it really did. I was AFK, but their expression was perfect. It was perfect for that. So yeah, if y'all haven't not followed Kira yet, I commend you to do so right now. Cause they are pretty cool and quirky and fun. So I wasn't there when it happened. Yeah. And also, if you join Kira's Discord, you get to go watch Ponyo. So I mean, I think that's a pretty good offer right there. And who doesn't love a movie night? We love movies. Hell yeah, come on in. Yeah. Go join Kira's Discord and watch it. I will not be able to join, but I hope you guys will have a lot of fun with it. Starting in 20 minutes. Yeah, you guys got 20 minutes. Go, go, go. Yes, I will be here trying to get through this so we can finally do Derek's epilogue. Okay, skip. You really didn't need bringing anything else. Though you were sure Cove must have planned this long in advance, you couldn't help feeling like you were doing something wrong by taking so much. His presence was already a present in itself. Cove smiled bashfully, glancing down at the item in his hands before holding it out to you. His eyes were trained on you, searching for your emotion on it. I hope you like it. Yeah, I'll talk to you later, Dae. Have a good stream. Alright, Kira, I'll talk to you later. Enjoy Ponyo. Thank you for stopping by and thank you for the raid. We hug him. What was the gift? You threw your arms around him and hung him tightly. Cove nuzzled your head, still holding your present carefully. This means a lot to me. He chuckled self-consciously as he gave a long look to the meaningful gift he had selected. It was as if it was growing heavier in his hands. I really do support your goals. I just want you to know that. I know, Cove. Then you accepted the thoughtful present into your own grasp. Only once he transferred ownership and cemented it with your approval did Cove straighten up and pull himself together.
Well,
Okay, wait, what was it? Was it the mugs? Okay, let's see. Not Tuesday, training research or more shit. What was it? I didn't. Bye. Also, apparently bears are extinct in now. What? Wait, I missed that. Bears are extinct in Five Nights at Freddy's? I'm extinct? I'm an endangered species? I'm not an endangered species. I am the danger. How dare they? Scott, how could you? Okay, I guess I don't get to know what the gift is then.
well,
I'd go anywhere with you.
what?
Surprise!
It's nice.
Just do me a favor. Don't eat so fast that you choke. I make no promises. His features softened and you felt like you were being thoroughly appreciated. Alright. It's okay to say some for later. I don't mind. You could tell that he wanted to show how taken he was with the gift, but that you not presented it to him as a challenge to be overcome.
Alright.
Right.
So,
We go. Let's see the comedy. Cool, I like the sound of that. Uh-huh. Can't go wrong with some silliness, right? Because we did the romance last time. Go back. I keep clicking. Cove chuckled. His mouth pulled into a bent smile. Right.
Alright.
I'm getting kind of excited. I wonder what it'll be like. I haven't seen a live play before. I have not. I actually have in real life, but it could be good. To be honest, you weren't really sure if going to see a play was your kind of activity. Cove watched you fondly, though. That made this worthwhile either way. Skip. Okay. The show set the scene telling the story of a married couple and the bed and breakfast they inherited. It was a busy life, filled with constant stream of new and interesting guests. Hand in hand with that were the shenanigans that plagued their business, but they never stopped the couple. They intended to tackle any problem. Okay, sometimes you can hear Cove's familiar laugh next to you. Okay. Nodding, you followed Cove out of the theater. The sun was hanging low in the sky. I had so much fun. I can't believe what a good time that was. Hell yeah. Okay. Working together to run a little place of our own and dealing with all those crazy guests, people would come and go as they're passing through the area, giving us new stories to tell. But at the end of the day, it would be just the two of us who stayed forever, sticking it out and making our life there. Man, he really do enjoy that play. Are you envisioning us being married like the couple in the story? Bed and breakfast do exist in real life. We could get one. Oh my gosh, let's make a bed and breakfast, Cove. Like bear and breakfast. Oh my gosh, I haven't touched that game in such a long time. I do have it amongst my Thursday game rotations, if it would be voted on. I didn't put it in this vote right now because I kind of wanted to introduce some like other newer games as well that we haven't really streamed on the channel yet. Oh, by the way, if you guys are interested, feel free to join the Discord and also follow X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it as well if you'd like. On both platforms, you will gain access to the stream schedules, so you'll be knowing what we stream throughout the week and at what times. You'll also get notifications for when I go live, and on Discord, you'll get access to polls. And as an example of the type of polls that were there, I believe every week now, we'll have a poll that you guys can decide what we play on Thursdays, because On Monday, we finished a main game we've been playing week by week. That kind of like took up all of our spaces. So now that we have finished that game, we have a free day. So I wanted to make that day one where you guys can like have a say in what we do. So in this poll I have, for each poll, there's always going to be 2 options that are double from the other solo main games we're playing. So like there's going to be double Subnautica and double Our Life. That's always going to be an option until we finish either of them. And then I also have Animal Crossing, League of Legends, and a short hike on there. And I will be, I should put this in the Discord, but I will be ending the poll on Saturday at 2 p.m. EST. And that, so whatever has the most votes, that's what we're going to be playing on Thursday. So right now it looks like it's neck and neck between Animal Crossing and a short hike. So that's very interesting. I'm not sure if it stays a tie. I'm not sure if I'm gonna... I might just pick one because I have one in mind that I kind of want to do. So I might just pick that one. But in other cases, I might just get a coin flip and just like it just picks between the two. But I think this one I'll actually choose if it stays that way. I mean, you guys have time. If you guys want to vote and try to make one of them a winner, feel free to do so, you know? But yeah, I figured I'd plug that in while I was thinking of it. Okay, now back to this. Children, you watch Clove blink and shake his head like he couldn't believe he heard you correctly.
Really?
What? Really? Yeah, I'd be up for being bread and breakfast partners. I'm not sure how we'd afford it, though. It would be great if we could just inherit one like in the story. Yeah, I don't think my mother's or your father and mother have a bed and breakfast. I don't know how that's gonna work. Cove sighed. There wasn't anyone you could think of that had any connection to the hotel business. I guess we'll have to wait until we're even older to figure all that out. Or for someone to conveniently give one to us. Oh well. It's quite a shame. I'd find you, it's obvious. No amount of space and time can stop us. Thank you, Dae. In that case, it'll work out after all. Of course, we're always going to be the best buds.
Thank you.
I've never been happier.
Yeah.
You walked on the usual path side by side. Alright, there we go. Alright, 4 more left. It's the final countdown. Ba-da-ba-ba. I don't already have 4 in here. Oh, I think I messed up the generator. Oh well, it doesn't really matter. Alright, 4. Serendipity. Skip. Oh, this is with Shiloh, yeah. Yeah, listed me the same thing. But you entirely lost.
Hey.
You're in a good mood today. Liz only hummed playfully in response. The bear was too stunned to speak. You urged yourself to say something, to say hello back at least, but your jaw flapped and up and down wordlessly. The wide grin on her face, Liz snickered and clapped her hands together, as pleased as a child after a fruitful night of trick-or-treating. Yunko's reactions were adequate offerings in her bucket full of treats. As amazed as you were still wondering one thing. Hey, didn't you not know who we were when summer started? What happened between that then and now? Charles' gaze self-consciously dropped to the side. He tugged the brim of his hat down, bracing himself to answer, but Liz waved a hand at him as if to say, don't worry about it. I'll explain. Hey, I'll explain. I don't care. They responded to your message. Oh, okay. I see. I sent it a while back. You exported it. Okay. I figured I couldn't figure out how to export it as something else, you know what I mean? I don't know how to export it as a PSD with the layers still there. Okay, let me see. Cause I used to export them as PSDs, but I don't remember how I did it before. I don't see an export option. Maybe I'm just stupid. Let me look at it again. 1 second, guys. A brief pause. Let me try this one. Wait, what did that say? God damn it. I thought BB is still ready for Pokemon. Oh. Yeah, he is, isn't he? Listen, we gotta catch all the boys here in our life, so I mean, it's the same. It's pretty much the same effort, isn't it? Okay, like, let me try that again. What did that say? Okay, this... This file might be impossible to import in Photoshop or other applications. What? He's styling today. He really do be. Let me see. Okay, I have to do a zip file. One second. I'm learning how to do a zip file. You know what? Let's see. Damn it. How to make a zip file. Oh, it's just right click. Okay. You compress as a zip. Okay. That makes sense. How do I do that? What? Oh, compressed zip folder. There we go. Yes. Okay. Alright, see if this works, and if it doesn't, I might just have to give you the Clip Studio file. Your files are too powerful! What do you mean? I did compress it, though. Can I compress it into another zip file? Fucking Discord, your files are too powerful. What's powerful is my fist going up your ass if you don't just let me send this. I can give you my email to send it to. Okay, you know what? That might be... that might be better. Just, yeah, just email me. No, I'll email you. You just send me the email in DMs, and I will do that after stream. I'm sorry, my files are too thick. Okay, until then. Yeah, let me close this. A large lad it is indeed. It's too powerful for Discord to handle. Okay, we're glad they were able to see each other again.
Oh?
Okay, skip. Where to first?
Yeah.
I like that, thanks. Ice cream. More ice cream.
Oh.
Nodded along with Cove. You felt there were two kinds of answers to these questions. A fun answer or an impressive answer. You didn't know which to give, so you were content to let Cove stand on its own. Charlotte just seemed happy to hear it.
Seriously?
Why don't you push me on the swings like that? Cove narrowed his eyes at you, folding his arms with a bemused smile. Why don't you push me on the swings like that? If Charlotte can do it for Liz, you can do it for me too. Alright. Get on the swing. Go on, sit down. I'll push you. If that's what you want. Well, he had you there. I got free. I'll push you, Cove. Why would you want to be in a group with him? Despite Charlotte vouching for him, you still weren't convinced that Nate could be any sort of pleasant to be around. Liz vigorously nodded along with you in total agreement. Personally, I'd still appreciate having a word with Nate about his communication skills.
Alright.
What's the idea?
Alright.
Oh, she wants to talk to one of her friends. Cove's right. It doesn't make sense for us to crowd around Shallow while he's on the phone. That's not how you make friends.
Hmm?
I know that face. The bowl cut kid.
Oh.
So we meet again.
People. Again.
Oh, the screen instantly went blank. Shallow gasped, looking from his phone to the rest of the group. He hung up! Jeremy doesn't just hang up on people like that. What happened? Don't look at me. I've never met that kid before. You feel Cove stare poking and prodding at the side of your head. You caught its expression, wide-eyed intent. Oh, it's because we punched him last time. Because we tried to beat the shit out of him. You knew what happened. Cove knew what happened, but he wasn't giving any answer to Shiloh. You kept your mouth shut too. I don't know what to tell you. Well, in the past, I kind of hit him. I punched him. He earned it. Yeah.
What?
You what? Dae, really? You resisted the urge to grin and simply shrugged. I've got to call him back. You can make up. I don't want to make up. Why do you care? Shallow didn't even seem to hear you. His eyes never left his phone. The phone rang for a long time, long enough that you were surprised when Jeremy actually picked up. He answered with an even longer sigh.
What?
What? Charlotte held the phone close to his face, looking down at the screen with large, apologetic eyes. Are you okay? I'd be better if you hadn't called back. Jeremy, can't we talk it over? I don't want any of us fighting.
I have to.
Yeah, I think so. Charlotte had his foot out towards you and Cove once more. Next to you, Cove glared defensively and silently. I'm glad you remember me. A small play at your lips. You wondered how much of an impression you had made on past Jeremy. Finally, Jeremy's shoulders dipped slightly. He made the most exaggerated sigh you'd ever heard, since the previous one at least.
Sorry.
I don't remember exactly what I did or what I said to you, but sorry. Oh, what? I'm the one that beat the shit out of you and you're apologizing to me? Jeremy sighed yet again. You were sensing a pattern. His gaze rolled over to Cove. I do know what I was like as a kid. Well, okay, but who is that apology for? Better be for me and Dae. Okay, Hey, that's my squeak toy you're talking to. With your thumb, you pointed at Cove for added emphasis. Cove huffed in disbelief, but he couldn't fight the smile tugging at the corner of his mouth.
Whatever.
Okay, anyone who had to deal with me back then wasn't having a good time. Dae just had the spine not to take it, and that's whatever. He said... Jeremy straight up said, I talked shit, and then I got hit, and Dae was the one that had enough balls to do it, so you know, it is what it is. Because that's what they say, talk shit, get hit. Amazed, Cove took 2 processing moments before he could respond. He blinked and rubbed the back of his neck. Alright, skip. I've still got my eyes on you.
Nope.
Okay. I don't really care if Jeremy's sad or not. I don't care if you're depressed. I'm still not over the fact that you two actually know each other. I got a snort at Jeremy. Me neither.
Really?
All he did was yell and say people were dumb. He acted like the universe was personally out to ruin his day. Every day. Okay, continuing. You didn't know how to feel. You were happy to know that Shiloh was busy living his life and filling it with new friends, but it was hard not to feel sort of left behind. It was utterly bizarre that he had apparently been bonding with Jeremy. Turning to the three of you, Shiloh smiled apologetically. You wondered if he was picking up on how in the dark you, Liz, and Co were feeling. He was perceptive when he wanted to be. At least that's what you remembered of Shiloh. Who knew that he was what he was like now? Okay, I ask all the questions.
All right.
I'm not even reading. Is he doing well in school?
Right. Oh.
Is he single? Hey, that's it. Skip.
I mean,
I do think he is that bad. Now let's keep talking. But he said too much. That was cruel, Shiloh. It took everything in you not to scream at him. Your hands trembled. Shiloh only momentarily tore his attention away from Liz to see her anger. The entire conversation where you found each other again was all a lie. The thought of it made your chest tighten and your heart feel heavy.
all right.
I'm not afraid to hit another child. Okay, crouch down with Liz. You can go. We're done. I wrapped my arms around her. You wiggled closer and pulled your big sister into a hug from the side. You continued to hold on even when she didn't let go of her hat. Shiloh lied to us. That's not your fault. Seriously, he's a tool. Okay. It's true, but you'll always have me. Say the word, and I'll force the answer out of him. I bet he's intimidated by a successful woman. Liz, if we ever see that guy again, I'll hurl him to the ocean. Please don't. You'll go to jail.
Thank you.
I ain't afraid of prison. We're practically family ourselves, right? She shot him a wry smile and he chuckled bashfully. Yeah, no problem. Good.
Are you okay?
Don't worry about me.
No way.
Cove ended his checkup by reaching over to pat you on the shoulder reassuringly. The longtime neighborhood group sat together quietly in the sand, just enjoying the feeling of familiarity and support. Skip. Ah! You flipped him off. It was your very first thought upon seeing his freckled face. You've got a lot of nerves, Shiloh. It's a good thing your name is Fields, because I'm going to put you in the ground. No one wants you here. Do you have something to say? I will punch you in the face, like just like I socked Jeremy. You meant every word of that threat. I thought I couldn't hear you from over here, but don't get up on my account. I'll come to you.
Hi.
You fool. I don't want to say it out loud, but you always expected that. Shaw did seem kind of disingenuous back then.
Sorry.
we retain to have a good time with us today. Oh. Okay, if Liz is looking out for Charlotte, someone has to look out for her.
Nope. You're welcome.
You're welcome. Alright, only 3 left. Alright, it's 2. Rawr. 2. Errands. Back at the farmer's market. Decided to check things out. Can I be the one that goes to the Holdens instead? You look from your mom to your ma, hopefully that you at least get to explore the market with Ko. He perked up at the suggestion, but then you saw Ma was pouting at your request to leave her group. Sorry, no can do this time, kiddo. Seeing that neither parent was budging, you slumped your shoulders. You won't be spoiled for too long, right? Ma hooked an arm around you in a little side hug. He grinned.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dae. Skip.
Why?
Suddenly he twitched slightly, his whole body getting stiff. He jerked his gaze.
No.
The two of you can survive one morning apart. Probably. We have important shopping to do now.
Seriously?
Don't make fun of Ko. Who said you were allowed to say things like that to him? Ko was totally capable of being independent when he wants to be. There's nothing wrong with being attached, it's nice. But come on, Cove, you know how it is. It is what it is, Cove. Now he's capable of being independent. He spoke very matter of fact and fixed a stern gaze on the group. Cove, meanwhile, beamed at having your support. Without thinking, Cove took another step forward, feeling drawn to you. Also again, Mom grabbed the back of his shirt. She tried suppressing her laughter, but a few chuckles escaped. Actions speak louder than words. Cove's mouth twisted as he struggled to come up with something to say in his defense. He was newly embarrassed all over again. Yeah, well...
See you later.
Bye. I'm so happy to be here despite the change in
Yes.
plans. Okay, shall we wait here? Ma craned forward as she struggled to pinpoint the direction she needed to go. She gently brushed your comment away. There's no need to worry about me for this, or waste time standing around. Keep on shopping. Well, actually, I might need help finding my way. Can you please come, Lizzie? You and your sister had to share a look over that. Why do that of all things?
Have fun.
Wait, don't leave me! The word burst from your lips as Ma and Liz waded into the crowd, but it was in vain. Unfortunate. Okay, you were overwhelmed. You thought, screw them. You were done with this whole trip. You felt great being left alone. You thought Mom was being ridiculous, but you didn't really mind. You didn't know what to think. You still can't believe Mom just did that. There wasn't a single doubt in your mind that she had some ulterior motives, but for now, you had to figure out what to do next. You know, I'm texting Cove. I didn't do that last time. At that point, you had no interest in your mom's plan. If they weren't going to stick around to follow it through, you were going to do what you actually wanted. Taking out your phone, you quickly pulled your chat with Cove up and sent, quick question, would you want to shop with me? Or could I join you and said, Mom and Liz kind of abandoned me over here. It wasn't long at all before you got a response back. Cove responded in rapid-fire messages. What? Wait. Where are you? You took a survey of your surroundings and then sent him a description of where you were and the path you took to get there. While you waited for his response, you watched all the people moving around and past you. There wasn't a single familiar face. When your phone received a new text, you breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'm on my way. You're a lifesaver. Cove, a true homie. Cove couldn't get there fast enough. There wasn't any reason that you could think of why you had to wander around the market alone. When you were certain Cove wasn't sending any more messages for now, you went to put your phone away. The familiar keychain caught your eye, bringing a warm smile to your face. It was still so easy to remember those early days of your relationship with Cove, his pink cast, his big sad eyes, his frustration with his parents, but through it all, he was there. Since you met him, Cove had always been there. You had grown up to really appreciate what it meant. You placed your phone back where it belonged and checked around for a nearby stall to kill time at. One pulled your focus. Fudge! I want fudge. Give me fudge. I'm gonna get a box for Cove. And that's it. Screw everybody else. He may have a key line and milk chocolate. What else? Cookies and cream and a caramel swirl. You know, I tried a piece of red velvet recently, like a week ago, after not having it for a while, and honestly, I don't think I really like red velvet. Hot take, but I think red velvet cake is kind of mid. Also, isn't there like, don't people say that like red velvet is just chocolate cake, but like with like red dye mixed into it? Toffee. Oh, toffee. No, go back. Chocolate toffee. We don't need the caramel swirl. We will put in the toffee for pan. The shop owner carefully put your order together. Alright, skip. Okay, pivoting your gears, you wove your way back to where you were initially. You kept yourself on alert, trying to spot Cove among the crowd. For the next several minutes, you stood there on high alert, trying to spot Cove among the crowd. You broke into a smile when you saw his familiar seafoam hair sticking out above the masses. There he is! Oh my gosh, I almost couldn't see him with all these people around, you know? He hadn't seen you yet, but Cove was walking with purpose in your direction. You noticed he was hefting a couple bags in his hand. But even from a distance, you could tell his mood shifted again. He seemed serious. You weaved through passerby awkwardly in an attempt to get through as fast as reasonably possible, nearly stumbling more than once. You went over to him. You couldn't move from where you were. You bounced in place, excited for him to reach your spot. I run to meet him. You took off full a tilt toward Cove as he continued his own approach.
Are you okay?
You alright? Mostly. How did you escape from my mom? I didn't have to. Yours weren't the only ones to just leave. Your mom took my dad before you even messaged. You're kidding. I wish. I can't believe this happened. To both of us. They planned it. They had to. I don't know why. Are they pranking us? Pranked. Well, I guess things are just up to us now. Yeah. So, his gaze wandered off as if one of your parents might simply appear if he kept checking, and you could tell he was still processing the situation. He scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. Do you still want to go shopping with me? Obviously. Cove beamed, and you were ecstatic at the thought of spending the rest of the trip with him. It was finally time to take some control back over your day.
Don't worry about it.
You never have to make your own trip. Fun. We're gonna have a good trip. Hell yeah. More optimistic now. That's how we're feeling.
Come on.
Skip. Okay, I would like some oranges. Some limes, some lemons. Spinach, potatoes, and that was everything. The shop owner put your selection together and handed it to you in a couple of bags. Happily, you paid and waited for Code to make his purchase.
Alright.
I don't wait. I rush through. Speed run. You continue ambling down the path until Code disappears suddenly from your peripheral vision, pulling you away from your thoughts. Cove? Oh my god, not again. We getting ditched all over again. First our mom, now Cove. You spun around, spotting him some steps back. He was still standing still. You want some honey? Honey? Dumbfounded, Cove nodded in response. His face was burning red. You grinned, way too pleased with your own joke. Okay, honey butter, please. And let's see, some blackberry jam. And some orange blossom honey. That was good. I had me some bagels today, and that had some jam on it. It was pretty good. I hadn't had jam and bagels in a while. It hit the spot nicely. And a delicious breakfast. Skip.
Thank you.
You're feeling better than you were earlier. It was going to take a while before you could completely move on from being left in the middle of the market, but with Cove, you were happy. You could smile along with him. We're so domestic. Cove looked at you, and your teasing grin, and chuckled. Yep, I guess we are. Look at us, shopping in the market. Purchasing our own ingredients. I give you a piggyback ride. The true domestication. Your parents weren't off riding bikes into the sunset this time. It was something entirely different. Our first reference from the Derek moments that we played. We got 2 moments left, and we had not mentioned Derek once. That hurts my heart. Poor Derek. Okay, skip. Is this a mom thing? You felt alright about it all. The whole mess was so upsetting to you. You're furious. You didn't care what your moms had done. You were struggling to comprehend this. The shock was too fresh for you to even know how you felt. It had all been deliberate. A part of you had still believed it was a misunderstanding. How are they going to explain this? Cove leaned down, making his eyes level with yours. He laid his hands on your shoulders, grounding you. Cove's frown grew taut, his mouth a stiff, serious line, but his eyes wide with concern.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry about your moms, leaving you alone out here like this without warning. His speech was slower than usual. You suspected that he was choosing each word carefully. It was unnatural, but you appreciated that he didn't want to risk upsetting you further. I don't know if you want to talk to them about this, but I can definitely back you up. I totally get that it's sucky. I want to let it go. I don't want to talk about it. Let's just move on.
It's okay.
You don't have to. His voice was soft and reassuring. He smiled, a gesture of gentle encouragement. No, you didn't dwell on it. If I wanted to complain about it, no one would be able to stop me. But I don't. You then drew a deep breath, the fresh air steadying you. You didn't stop until your lungs were full. Cove watched over you, still concerned.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, even though I guess it's not exactly my fault this time, but is there anything I can do to make you feel better? Even a little? You already have. I did? Wait. Can I have a homie hug? Cove spread his arms wide, his expression as open and welcoming as his stance, beckoned you forward. You couldn't help but smile at how easy that was. You threw yourself into his embrace, squeezing him in your arms. If you can't hug your homies, then you ain't really homies. Cove held you. It was restorative, rivaling even the best night's sleep. You parted, and the smile on your face still bright. Cole smiled back at you and patted your arm, giving you a little additional reassurance just in case a hug had been enough. Clearly, he was underestimating the charm of his own hugs. After a moment, he stepped further away from you, face turned. Yeah, he does his little Jeremy impression. You burst out laughing, you shook at Cove's silliness, you played along, you spoke quietly. Jeremy's never gonna live that down, huh? Not ever. Teehee XD.
In that case,
Sounds good to me. Good, we're serious. I know this wasn't part of the plan for the day, but nothing that happened really was, so... You've been plotting your own scheme. He laughed.
I mean...
And he'd give me something. You didn't have to do that. But you also weren't the only one who had that idea.
right?
A chocolate for you. You stuck your hand into the bag and pulled out the box of fudge you'd picked for Cove earlier. You smirked widely, amused that the others were still watching you. During my time alone, I came across a stall that made me think of you. Fudge! Cove's face lit up, his grin stretching from ear to ear. The laughter that came from the others, who were fully tuned into your little show, didn't appear to reach him.
Seriously?
Really? Cove reached out and took the box in both hands, holding it like a precious treasure. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're welcome. And nobody else gets any as well. It's all for you. That looks like cookies and cream. That's a really cool flavor for fudge. Can you tell me what those little flecks are? It's toffee. Mmm. Ooh, he likes it. And he eats it all. You were pleased that he liked your gift. You closed your eyes as you pulled up the resolve to speak. Cove idly rubbed at his eyes. Honestly, I was just thinking about how nice it is to know you. It, you know, makes life better, and everything. Though he was turned away from you, his eyes were round and sincere. Not that this is a new revelation, but today was another reminder. I'm lucky. You certainly are. I feel lucky too. I skip. I drink the drink now. Delicioso. I'm glad we closed it with everyone. Ma had been true to her word and ensured that you spent the rest of the time with the Ursa family and the Horton family in one place. It had been a wonderful time. A lovely high note to end on. Alright. We got 2 left. Let's do hang. Skip. Up. Go back then. Ah! The stairs had magically aligned. The stairs. The stairs have aligned. I hope they'd be aligned. It'd be hard to get up. Okay, walk up them. If they weren't aligned. God, my fucking stutter. My gosh. Okay. The star... No, I almost said it. Oh, I thought I was saying stairs again. God damn it. The stars had magically aligned, and somehow everyone was free today. But it was more than just luck. You owed it all to Miranda's determination. She set things up over several phone calls to find the perfect window to hit the beach. You couldn't wait to meet up with... everybody. Coordinating schedules have been especially rough lately, but you didn't let that stop you from organizing your grand plan. Actually... No, actually, let's do it a different way. Don't worry, we'll see Baxter later. Because last time we did invite Baxter along, he kind of... I didn't mean for it to, but he kind of like... He didn't overtake the moment, but it was more of a focus on him when it was during Cove's route. So I think we'll put him on the back today, but during the route we will see him again, so that's okay. I'm not excluding him purposefully. He'll worm his way in. Quitting plans have been especially rough lately, so you couldn't wait to finally have the 4 of you together again. Skip. What happened to all your other swimsuits? I know that's not your only one. Go look away and tried. You might have some laundry to do.
So
Stinky
glad.
boy. Medium. soft. Medium soft body. There was a smooth feel to your build without any hard muscle, even if you flexed.
Are
Okay,
you
skip.
okay?
You were for sure you were non-binary. Yeah, no questions about that part. And oh my god. Considering other options. You're okay with your binder for now, but it might not be a permanent measure. Going through hormone therapy. Your current hormone therapy was changing your appearance. You looked forward to seeing even more results as it went on. People had a lot of their identity wrapped around their physical form. It shaped their self-image. You weren't really content with yours. There were things you didn't like. You didn't hate it per se, but it wasn't all that you wanted it to be either. You had pretty much always been unhappy with your body. Even when you were younger, it felt off, and it still hadn't changed. You didn't feel like who you wanted to be. Okay, skip. What if I told you wanted to get surgery, to make my body be the way it should be? You waited for his reaction and watched his face with bated breath. Cove's eyebrows raised, and the smile grew on his face. He was genuinely excited for you. Yeah? Do you have something set, or is it still kind of an in-progress plan? Nothing set for now. It's progressing, though. That's cool. That's great. He nodded with a grin. Let me know if there's ever anything you need me to do, like drive you to the doctor or something. And he leaned in, and his voice was gentle. Is moving forward helping you feel a little better about your body and everything? Or at least with the future of your body? Cove knew that your current self-image, thanks to being close with you for so long, and that you weren't exactly happy with the way you were. He was always supportive, but you always knew he worried about you. Cove will always be a true ally. Yes. Cove's blue eyes gained a glossy tint, and he nodded seriously. It's great. Just so great. He beamed at you warmly. I think that the fact you have options like this is wonderful. I think you're wonderful. He was being entirely serious, and you appreciated his earnestness. He believed what he said. And even if you decide later to change the plan, you're still going to be wonderful. It just can't be helped. It's a fact of life. It's written into the universe. Dae Ursa is wonderful. Oh! Well, I mean, I won't deny that. You heard it here, folks. I'm wonderful. It is written. You knew that you really could count on Cove's help with this. He was going to be there for you as much as you wanted him to be. It was reassuring how much he cared. Cove stopped speaking and looked at you for a moment. He kicked his feet as he considered something, and then nodded with a thoughtful expression on his face. He stared forward and directly met your eyes. I've known you for a long time, since we were kids, you know. I've seen you just about every day for the past decade, so I think it's fair to me to say this.
It's nice.
Each day you're different from before, just by a little bit, but you're also still the same. You're always you. It's nice to see you developing as a person. I do want you to keep being you, but the only one who gets to decide who that is you. You choose who you are today. You get to choose who you are tomorrow. That's okay with me. And it's the same with you. I'm happy I've gotten to watch you grow. I think you're amazing. Cove looked touched by that.
Hey.
You're looking particularly shapy today. It's... I keep like... I keep skipping and it's like cutting in and out of the conversation. I feel like that makes it more confusing than just cutting out the whole conversation altogether. I'm gonna flex. He cracked a huge smile. Dae, this is too much for me to witness. Cove hopped up from his seat and fluttered his hands in front of you, gesturing for the display to stop, laughing the whole while. You gave the poor guy a break and put the goods back down. He exaggeratedly wiped his brow and let himself fall back into place on the windowsill. Okay, now it's time to get dressed. I will wear swim trunks with a top. While you dug around your drawers, you try to think if there's anything else you're missing. I want to grab my sunglasses. That taken care of, you held your outfit together and looked to Cove. Get out. Well, I'm gonna change, so how about you wait outside? Cove nodded reassuringly. Alright. He lowered himself off the windowsill and walked by you to get to the door. He lightly patted you on your arm.
Bye.
I'll see you up front. Nice to see you again. Man, was that like we never left? Wait, let me put on my sunglasses. Don't take your hat off, baby. I always forget to clean up after the stream, so I always come in here and like there's just a mess. There we go. There's my sunnies. Nice to see you again. Hi, we're in Ontario to be here not too long. Terry even texted me earlier saying she was mostly on schedule.
Well,
Why don't we just head to the beach and wait for them there? We're both ready. That sounds like a good idea to you. You said as much. And Cove shot off a quick text telling the two of them where you'd be. Cove gave you a thumbs up after the message sent. It was a familiar path to walk, and it wasn't long until you reached the shore. Cove laid out his towel on the warm sand. You set up your stuff beside him and looked out onto the ocean. The rolling swells hit the shore rhythmically. You all had looked out. It was a beautiful day. The sky was clear and the waves were good. It was a balmy summer day, but with a pleasant breeze to keep things uncomfortable. Essentially, it was perfect.
So?
Do you feel like heading into the water? Maybe just walk down the shore? Or would you want to do something here? Either way is fine. What do you want to do? Maybe walk a little at first anyway. We could do that then. Cove nodded, accepting of the plan. He kicked some sand off his towel absentmindedly. Yeah, sounds nice. He took a deep breath and tasted the relaxing, salty air. Cove caught your eye and gave you a small smile. You chatted a little before a comfortable quiet settled over the two of you. You continued to watch the waves as you waited for the others. Luckily, it didn't take long until you heard shouts. You turned your head to see both Miranda and Terry running straight for you. Miranda was faster, making leaps and bounds across the sand. Terry followed in her wake, laughing with her towel clutched around her shoulders and flowing like a cape. Miranda started making her jumps more theatric and more precarious as she got closer. Cove waved them on with a bright grin. I cheer at their antics. Woo! You guys go! And to officially arrive at Cove's and your setup, looking completely ready for an ocean adventure, they were already in their swimwear and were raring to go. Hey Terry, Miranda, welcome to our beach. Hi. Hello, hello. She beamed and Miranda nodded with a smile. Man, I am so pumped. Yeah, I'm really glad this worked out. What have you guys been up to over here in your town? Cove? Dae? Have we missed things? Cove blinked and then shrugged when nothing he wanted to mention came to mind. And what have you been up to? The usual. Terry laughed and mentioned a few things about her own parents. Miranda brought up her family and shared some of the wild things her older brother had done. Terry then started talking about her morning and how she'd almost overslept since she stayed up way too late last night. She bounced on her feet as she spoke. But don't worry about me being tired today. You know I ran on less back during school. Miranda filled in the group about her morning. Apparently everything had gone smoothly. She met up with Terry on the way here and you knew the rest. Cove offered a suggestion to the girls. Hey, let's walk while we catch up.
Okay.
Oh yeah, definitely. Once everyone's stuff was settled on the beach, the group strolled over to the shoreline. The wet sand was cool under your feet. A wave rushed up and covered your ankles in water. You flinched from the suddenness of it, but by the next wave you were acclimated. You took another step forward and sank a little into the ground. Behind you, your footsteps were soon smoothed by the waves. Your friends chatted as you all walked together. You took turns pointing out cool shells or pieces of sea glass. It was a relaxing jaunt. Hours passed, and the group had moved between different activities, some low-key and some more exhaustive. For you, it was another break time. You sat on your towel and sipped at some water. Your friends were hard at work burying Terry's full body under a pile. Miranda used her arms to force up sand around Terry's sides. Cove working on covering Terry's feet. You took another drink and closed your eyes. Eventually, a shadow passed over you, dampening the light that was still notable even behind your eyelids. You checked to see Cove had joined you there. He knelt down to dig around in the pile of assorted beach stuff in the middle of everyone's towel setup and pulled out the sunscreen. He took a seat next to you on his towel. He opened the bottle with a soft pop and began to reapply the cream. The cream! Reapply the cream! Hey! Hey! After you finished up, Cove let out a comfortable sigh and looked off into the distance. But then he sighed again, this time in an exaggeratedly disappointed way. You wondered if he was going to sigh again, even more dramatically if you didn't say anything. What's wrong? You honestly wondered. You wondered what it was. You raised an eyebrow. You chuckled. Oh, Cove, whatever it is, I'm sure it's going to be okay, you joked. After all, this is an excellent place to hide a body. You gestured to Terry, who was practically just a hill of sand with a human head at this point. I got a quick chuckle out of him, but he quickly hid his amusement. Cove shook his head, comically despondent. His frown didn't match the sparkle in his eyes.
Don't worry about it.
I'm just becoming another jaded adult. That's all. Now you were really confused. You waited for him to continue. And his next sigh did not disappoint. It was the most ridiculously sad sigh you had ever heard. Then he smiled a little. Mermaids aren't real. What? That had not been what you were expecting. He continued. You know how much I liked mermaids as a kid? Well, merfolk as a whole. I really hoped that they were out there. I mean, the ocean's a big place, right? It could be somewhere. But the older I got, the more I had to accept it. They were just a fairy tale. He jerked his head over to the waterline and the rolling waves. They crashed against the shore and then drew back. This is a perfect beach for them. It's pretty and vast and never too crowded. If merfolk did exist, we definitely would have met one by now, or at least we would have heard of someone else seeing one, but nothing. He acted as though the result was a true bafflement. He let his head hang. I gotta let the dream go. You burst into laughter. That's hardly proof. It's not like this is the only beach in the world. You pretended to be shocked and disappointed. You shook your head. Wow, good for you with that revelation. I'm shocked. What? Mermaids? Are real? You looked at him and tried to get fake tears to start welling up in your eyes. I can't believe it. Cove chuckled a little to himself, eyes tilted off to the sea, his face still low. Maybe it's for the best. Let's say a merperson did happen to wash up on shore one day. He looked at you with a faux, doleful expression. I could have lost my best friend to the magical underwater world. Huh? Oh yeah, I'd totally go live under the sea with the merfolk. If I had the chance, I'd stay on the shore with you. I'd go with the merperson, but only if you could come with us too. Yeah, ride or die. Thank you for the lurk, Jack. Cove grinned. He hadn't expected that answer. You're a nice person, Dae, but what if they didn't want me? Would you seriously stay on land? You gave him a look. You meant what you had said. It'd only work if the other offer was for both of you. Are you sure that's the right call? If a beautiful, kind merperson likes somebody, I'm pretty positive that the sensible response isn't to turn around and say, no thanks, I'm going to stay on land with a normal guy. Are you warning me that you'd leave me if you got that kind of offer? Are you the one that's going to leave me, Cove? Why are you so sure that I'd have to make that call? Since this is all hypothetical, why not have you be the merperson? I don't want that. I should get to be a mer creature, and then I'd invite you to the underwater world. No, are you leaving me? You don't want me to be blindsided when you ditch me for a mer creature if they're real.
Not really.
No, that isn't the same thing. If a mer person did magically appear, I'm not the one they'd be calling for. It'd be you, for sure. Oh. You were completely flattered by how highly he thought of you. And then you heard Miranda screech. Your attention immediately switched over to your friends. You saw that Cherry had gotten impatient and shifted her legs. The walls Miranda had been meticulously building collapsed into a wet heap of sand. She surveyed the damage critically. We're gonna have to start over on that part. Do you just want to give up on this now?
No way.
The burial must continue. I'll try not to move anymore. Okay, if you're sure, I'll try to fix this. Miranda started to rebury her, and Terry shot her a thumbs up. She realized too late that moving her arm was a bad idea. More of the sand on her crumbled, and Miranda put her head in her hands. Cove caught your eye and started to drag himself up. Seems like we're needed. You agreed and followed him over to the girls. Miranda nodded at you both with appreciation, and the three of you did your best to finish the job. You all worked out a system of using it just enough wet sand to help hold the rest together. With 3 people, it didn't take long for Terry to be entombed. Terry grinned massively, and Miranda offered high fives. The pile was officially done. Oh yeah! Resembling the Kool-Aid Man, she kicked herself out of the ground with gusto. Sand went flying in all directions, and a Terry-shaped imprint was left behind. Miranda yelled again, and Cove chuckled. There probably wasn't a better way to get out of it. The 4 of you continued to have a good time. You went on a shell hunt. Miranda managed to find the biggest while you found the most colorful. Cove caught a tiny crab. You did a bit of everything. There were impromptu games to just soaking up each other's company. However, after a while, you all ran out of water. Drinkable water, anyway. It was decided that you'd head to your or Cove's house. Things were gathered, and you started to cheerfully walk up the road. What next? I don't have anywhere to go, so it could be whatever. Same. I guess we can keep hanging out? Terry snorted and readjusted her grip on her things. Don't sound too sure there, Cove. By this point, you could see your house. It hadn't taken you long to make the trip. The conversation continued with everyone throwing out suggestions. Are people hungry? She looked from face to face in inspection. Cove and Miranda shrugged in concert. No one was overtly opposed to it. However, you weren't really starving. It wasn't quite a mealtime. We could get dessert. Miranda put a finger to her lip and thought. With a smile, her voice became more confident. Yeah, that would be fun. Terry considered it and then shot Miranda a thumbs up. Sounds great to me. I can definitely go for that. You know I'm up for more. But there's nothing sweet at my house. Your friends glanced at Cove and his place. He shook his head immediately. That doesn't have anything good either. I mean, unless you want dessert-flavored protein shakes? Ew, no. She cut it and held her hands up as if trying to ward off something evil. Cove smirked.
Not bad.
It's not that bad. Nope. Well, there has to be some kind of sweet shop around here. Let's look it up. Terry nodded and started to dig around in her bag. I like the way you think. Terry continued to rummage in her bag and grew increasingly frustrated. She puffed out her cheeks and knelt down, setting the bag on the ground. With both hands free, she was finally able to fish out her phone. She raised it up in triumph for a brief moment of celebration. I'll search for something good. Terry got back to her feet, hefting the bag over one arm, tapping away at her screen in the other. But she assessed Cove from top to bottom. No shirt, no shoes, no service. Bombastic side eye. Cove glanced down at his bare chest and feet, having not even registered it prior. He chuckled a little. I'll grab something. Cove moved over to his house. You looked towards yours. I'll wait side. You watched Cove disappear into his house. Terry was deep in the midst of scrolling through food options. You shuffled over to where you could see, and Miranda did the same. There's ice cream. People love ice cream, especially around here. I don't really feel like ice cream. Cool, because I don't either. The immediate switch. She flicked her finger up and another ice cream place showed up. Melty Moo Moo's frozen treats with an unfortunate cartoon mascot. I like ice cream, it's just not for today. There has to be something else. You thought on it, and Terry kept scrolling. You heard a door open, and Cove reappeared. You were about to be surprised at how quick he was, but then noticed he just thrown on a t-shirt over his swim trunks and... Sorry. My words are slurring together, I'm going too fast. Just thrown on a t-shirt over his swim trunks and slipped a pair of sandals on, of course. Hey. Everyone else exchanged their respective greetings and then looked back at Terry's phone. Terry scrolled further and then made an interested exclamation. Oh, what about this place? They sell crepes. That's something you don't see every day. Look how fancy they are. She shoved her phone into your face. It seemed like a cute shop. It didn't show any pictures of the actual building, but the food seemed good. It was one of those places that put a lot of effort into presentation, with branded wrapping for the crepes and well-applied toppings. Weird, I've never heard of it. I haven't either. Mysterious, but crepes are so good. She nodded her approval as Terry admired more of the photos. I'd go. It's not too far, but we could drive. Terry cheered at the success of the plan made, and you all walked around to Cove's car. He had to run inside once more to grab his keys. You outwashed me in the dirt on his car. You noticed a thin coat of sand and dust on Cove's car. It had probably been a while since he'd washed it. With a smirk, you carefully wrote "wash me" with your finger. Good work. I wonder if he's even going to notice. Oh, I wonder indeed. The car beeped and unlocked. Cove ran up to you with his car keys in hand. His hair slipped into his face and he brushed it back. Shotgun! Shotgun! Burn, 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 burn. She clambered into the passenger seat without hesitation. You didn't argue and climbed into the back with Miranda. Terry activated the directions on her phone map and acted as their navigator, directing Cove to the crepes. The GPS tried to get Cove to turn into a non-access road once and wanted him to do a U-turn instead of just using a left turn, but with Terry looking at the actual path, it went smooth enough. You were led to a small stall in a parking lot rather than a full building. That explained why there hadn't been pictures of the crepier's interior. Oh my god, that's a big word. And why it was new to you despite living in this town your entire life. It was a completely new structure that popped up recently. Like a little pop-up. There was a window you could walk up to, and one for cars to drive up to. Cove parked the lot. Oh, they got a drive-through too? I didn't remember that. Fancy.
Come on.
I don't think I need to put a shirt on for this, but I still want to try it. Let's go. Do you not trust us to eat in your car? She gestured to the drive-thru option. Cove shook his head with a snort. I trust some people here, maybe, but wouldn't it be more fun to actually check it out? He don't trust us. He looked at all of us up and down and said, y'all messy. Y'all some messy bitches here. How hurtful. Cove Holden. What a bitch. Everyone acknowledged his point and piled out. Terry tried to tease Cove a little, but Miranda started talking about the last time she had crepes. Apparently there'd been a dessert explosion, topped with multiple sauces, powdered sugar, and what Miranda was pretty sure had to be cake icing. That's sweet.
So great.
Literally. It was so good, but I regretted it so much. I couldn't finish it, and I really tried. You can do it this time, Randy. Yeah, they are the crepier menu. Ooh, plain strawberry chocolate green tea crepe. I've never heard of that. Lemon. Okay, filling and toppings. Whipped cream. Oh, I want condensed milk? Cream cheese. Ew. Chocolate chips. Chocolate syrup. Caramel syrup. Powdered sugar. Strawberries. Mango slices. Mixed berries. Banana slices. Okay. Nice. Oh, and drinks. Smoothies, tea, coffee, frappe. There are some laughs. When you got up to the menu, you realized that there were more than just crepes. There were definitely crepes. Many crepes. However, this all also had a lot of different drinks as well. Teas, smoothies, milkshakes. Jackpot! She grinned and held out her fist for a fist bump. Miranda high-fived it. The two stared at the awkward, vaguely turkey-shaped hand configuration they had made and then slowly put their hands down. Cove's mouth twitched in a smile. You stepped up to order first. You glanced back at the menu. I would always get a milkshake, but I don't think I've ever really had a crepe. I don't think I really like crepes. But you know what? I'm going to be adventurous today. I want a crepe. I'd like one crepe, please. There was a woman who looked a little older than you taking the orders. She smiled back at you, ready to hear the specifics of your purchase. For the crepe itself, you wanted plain, because I'm a basic bitch. For the filling and toppings you picked, I would like some condensed milk with some chocolate syrup and powdered sugar. And that's it. You paid and stepped aside to let your friends order. Coke got a lemon crepe with powdered sugar on top and the mixed berries. He also got a plain strawberry smoothie. Terry went crazy with toppings. Although she ordered a plain crepe, she had to smother with whipped cream, cream cheese, chocolate chips, chocolate syrup, and bananas. Miranda opted for a frappe with caramel syrup and condensed milk. The three of you stood off to the side as you waited for your treats. Hey, man, your crepe is gonna rock. High five for topping appreciation. She held her hand out expectantly. More turkey. You fist bumped her palm. Terry stared at your hands. She blinked. She looked between Miranda and you. Is this just... Is this just a thing now? I don't know what you mean. It's always been a thing, Terry. Get with the times. Miranda's voice was surprisingly serious, while her face looked like she was seconds away from laughing. Terry shook her head dramatically. Order for Dae? Oh, I gotta get that. Oh my gosh, that's me. My crepe. You grabbed your order. The others didn't take much time after that. With the goods collected, everyone admired their treats. Terry dug right into hers, and Miranda gave hers a tentative sip. Terry nodded acceptingly with her mouth completely full. Terry tilted the frappe over to her with a grin. Terry sipped it and clearly loved it. She traced her crepe over to Miranda. You could tell that there was an intent to make it look nice, but with all the assorted toppings piled on, only so much could be done. Miranda took a huge bite with gusto and sighed happily. Terry seemed satisfied and took another slurp of Miranda's drink. They had both only gotten one thing, probably because they knew they'd end up sharing. You approach me? I can't beat the shit out of you without getting closer. Cove's gonna beat the shit out of me for my crepe. Cove went over to you, and there was a definite interest in his eyes at your order. You've got to try it. The lemon with the berries is really summery. You tasted his and shared yours. You offered to share yours, but didn't want to try Cove's. I don't want yours. Disgusting. No, we share. He handed you his crepe first, and you tore off a piece and bit into it, and put it into your mouth. It was tart from the lemon, but the syrupy berry mix brought in the sweetness. I don't think I really like berries, so I don't think I really like this in real life, but you know what? In this world, I do. I appreciate that. Cove. Excuse me. The balance between the thin, almost spongy crepe and the juicy toppings made for a unique set of textures. You passed him yours, and he tilted his smoothie over. You took a sip and had to suck up a large strawberry chunk before the actual smoothie came up the straw. It was mostly smooth, with the delightful tiny crystals of ice and the occasional bit of fresh strawberry. It matched well with the crepe with even more berryness. Cove enjoyed his sampling too. He had a giant smile on his face and looked almost disappointed when you swapped back your treats. With that, Cove started to eat his treats in earnest. You saw him take a huge gulp of his smoothie, and then without swallowing, he added a bite of his lemon crepe. His habit of mixing foods together wasn't anything new. He hummed in satisfaction, so you guess he must have liked the combined flavor. Cove? Terry tore off a piece of her crepe and held out to Cove.
So?
Care to make a trade? Sure. Instead of continuing to loiter in the parking lot, the four of you started to walk down the sidewalk. There was a lot of sharing going on, with crepe bits and toppings being passed around. You wouldn't have been surprised that Terry ended up drinking more frap than Miranda did. He kept going down the way, eating, drinking, and chatting. On one particular square of concrete, you and Cove shared a private glance of amusement. You passed the markings immortalized in stone from 5 years ago. Oh my god, summer. You hoped Derek was having fun out there somewhere too. Maybe. Oh, there. Finally. One Derek mentioned. You hoped Derek was having fun out there somewhere too. Maybe he was hanging out with his brothers instead of spending all his time on planning and training. You hadn't realized just how far the group had wandered until you ended up at the now leaving sign. Apparently you're about to just walk right out into the middle of nowhere. That's where all the fun stuff happens. Terry took her mouth off of Miranda's straw and stopped sipping the frap. Impossible! Preposterous! How are we already at the end? I always forget how tiny this town really is. Cove chuckled a little and swallowed a chunk of Terry's crepe.
I guess.
It kinda is, huh? It didn't feel that small when we were growing up. It definitely felt bigger then. It always seemed like there wasn't much here. There are tinier places out there. You guys are lucky to live in decent-sized cities. You quietly nodded along, you shrugged. It definitely felt bigger. Didn't it take us like a whole day when you were like 8 years old to walk to the now leaving sign anyway? So, I mean, it felt pretty huge. There was a time when Sunset Bird had felt huge. It seemed as endless as the ocean. There was always some street you hadn't wandered down, something new for the tourists. But now, you had realized it was just a pond in this big, big world. Seeing the definite end only reinforced this. Here was the boundary that proved your hometown could be walked out of with ease. I guess it means we should probably head back. One doesn't just walk into nowhere land. I mean, I do it all the time. We're not only one, Terry. There's 4 of us. Terry scrunched up her face, not wanting to acknowledge the bad joke. She decided to ignore it. This stinks having to go all the way back. Yeah, but it's not like there's anything out in that direction. And if we did keep going forward, it'd be an even longer trip home. You stared off into the stretch of road as Cove agreed that he didn't want to go out any further. Can we take a break here first before we turn around? We've been walking for a while and someone finished my drink. Round and cue, Terry loudly sucked air from the straw. It was so good. Miranda looked at her, but Terry remained unrepentant. In the end, though, it was agreed to hang out around the sun before heading back to the car. It didn't take long to finish the rest of the food and drinks. Everyone gathered up the trash and slipped it into bags and pockets for now. The group relaxed on the grass, keeping account on all the cars that drove past. It was not a high number. 14. The newest passing car drove into town from somewhere outside, but as the vehicle came by, it slowed down and you watched as it ultimately rolled to a complete stop. Ooh! I wonder, who could this be indeed? The black car parked right by the now leaving sign. Everyone exchanged a baffled look. But then the tinted window rolled down and the driver peered out. As soon as you saw his hair, you recognized him. No one else you knew presented themselves so distinctively. Hey, neighbors! Cove also jolted with recognition. I told y'all he'd come back. He's never really gone. He passed it on a cordial smile and waved politely. Afterwards, he put his mouth back over the straw of his long empty drink as if trying to act cool. Hi! You inhaled and tried to be loud enough to account for the distance and the car noises. It's nice to see you again. Somehow he was able to project his voice in such a way that it still sounded smooth, even though he was definitely speaking loudly. You wondered where he'd learned to do that. And you thought about the odd picture this made. A fancy black car pulled over to talk to a group of teens, mostly still in beachwear. Miranda was incredibly confused and shrank back to watch. Cove made a quick gesture, pointing towards Baxter. Ah! The Bee-Man? Yeah, he's here. Oh, I wasn't sure if I'd ever actually see him. Her voice was quiet. Miranda usually got shy around new people. Terry was quite the opposite. Incredible. This is perfect. Terry hopped up from the grass and ran to Baxter's car, all full of excitement. Behind her, Miranda picked herself up and dusted imaginary dirt off her clothes. She sent a searching look to you and Cove, to which Cove shrugged. Miranda nodded and, with clenched fists, hesitantly followed Terry. Terry bent down to talk to Baxter through his window. Miranda put in a shy wave. Cove looked at you. He still clearly had no intention of going over there. Come on, let's go. Let's go see our neighbor. Are you seriously going to sit in the grass? Come on, time to get up and be polite. Cove pouted. His cheeks flared out in a childish puff. I don't want to. I don't know what to say. Fine. You can go. I'll just wait until he's gone. You can survive Baxter for a few minutes. Do you want to be the only person who doesn't go to see him? Well, why can't you stay here with me instead? You sighed. He was definitely going to be difficult about this. Some days, he really was that same grouchy 8-year-old you met all those years ago. You stayed with Cove, you went over to Baxter. You're being a dick, you said as you physically pushed him towards the car. You physically pushed him towards the car. Do you really hate him that much? I'm pushing, but I won't call you a dick. I already called you a dumbass earlier. I'll be a bit kinder this time. Not willing to mess around anymore, you strode over behind him and used both hands to force him up and over to the car. No, Dae! Cove put up a meager wall of resistance, but he got to his feet. He didn't want to keep being poked at. Slowly, progress forward was made, until you two arrived at the driver's side car window. Baxter smiled welcomingly. Hello. Hey. Cove greeted him mildly, his expression cautious. What's up? What's up, boy? Baxter gestured to Miranda and Terry. I just rented this car for my stay here and was coming back from a bit of sightseeing when I spotted your crowd. Yep, it's only polite. Speaking of polite, Baxter's giving us a ride. I was asking him to. What? Baxter shrugged guiltily, seeing Cove's dramatic reaction. The offer is open, and we're taking it. Okay. Let's get that ride. Regardless of anything else, you didn't have to walk back. That's what counted, and you were grateful to Terry for arranging it. Alrighty, plan made. Let's hop in. You excitedly opened the passenger side door and buckled yourself in. The car was pristine, and you were right near the new car-scented air freshener. Baxter had the air conditioner on cold, but low so it was pleasantly cool inside. A nice relief from the summer sun you had been baking in all day. Your friends clambered on in the back. It definitely seemed the slightest bit squished back there.
Does that sound alright?
Welcome to my vehicle. I hope everyone is comfortable, and if someone could put me in the right direction, we can be on our way. You began to explain where you had come from. It was pretty easy to direct him straight down the road and one turn into a parking lot. Excuse me. Baxter nodded up from in the driver's seat and pulled back into the road. Luckily, the street was still dead empty. It took no time at all for Baxter to park right next to Cove's car. There wasn't even enough time for a proper conversation to start. The occupants didn't seem to mind. There was smiles all around when Baxter parked next to Cove's car. Woo! Miranda clapped quietly as Terry cheered. Cove chuckled nervously. I nudged Baxter in a friendly way. He leaned over the divider and gave Baxter a lighthearted push on the shoulder. He hadn't been expecting it, but quickly laughed and smiled at you. The celebration seemed to amuse him. You arrived. That was easy. Terry flung open her door and climbed out. Thanks. Everyone else exited the car as well. The group thanked Baxter with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Baxter himself got out too. Everyone congregated again in front of Baxter's and Cove's cars. Cove looked at the back of his and frowned. He'd finally discovered the wash me you'd put on it. I wonder who did that. You snickered along with Miranda, who realized you'd been caught.
Ooh.
It's a mystery. I guess we'll never know. Right. Terry bounced over to Baxter and offered her hand for a handshake. He accepted it easily with a charming grin. We can always count on you. You're too kind. It was no trouble whatsoever. I'll be keeping this car all this summer. If it suits you, Cove and Miranda, you're welcome to take my number and give me a ring whenever you're in need of another ride. Terry and Dae already have that, so you could contact one of them to reach me. I have a car. Terry busted into laughter and Miranda fidgeted. She didn't know what to do with that. Baxter really went fast, didn't he? He noticed her discomfort and smiled with a soft tilt of the head. I'd be happy to help again, but that's the only reason I offered. If you don't need it, you can pass on it. When her giggles subsided, Terry put a hand to her chin with brows furrowed. I wonder, would that option be available right now? You could valet us somewhere cool. What? Cove was taken aback. He put a hand on the hood of his car. Or are we going back to the neighborhood? Wasn't Baxter going back to the neighborhood too? Why would we go somewhere else? Because we can. Miranda squirmed nervously and then committed to piping up.
Maybe?
We could go to the park near my place. It's a really nice place to hang out. You and Cove shared a look. The big park was pretty nice. Let's do it. Baxter tapped the side of his face and thought,
It's doable.
that sounds doable. He glanced at Cove and then switched focus to you. Well, we have two cars. If some people want to go to the park, I could still take the others home. But if everyone's going, it wouldn't make sense for me not to. Let's go to the park. Let's go to the park. Let's go get away. You weren't ready to tag out yet. You came to a decision and turned to Cove. Let's go to the park. Alright, park time it is. He smiled a little. Terry cheered and Miranda nodded happily. He felt like he made a good decision.
Yeah.
To the car! Again. Yeah, whatever car that might be. You gestured at Cove and then to Baxter, seeing who would volunteer. Cove sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He tapped on his car's hood nervously. We can go on Baxter's, I guess. It'll be less of a pain than bringing both. We're all going to the same place. Are you okay with that, Baxter? Certainly. I mean, I meant what I said. When you need a lift, I can give it. Gotta take him up on the offer. We'll make you regret that offer. I'll make you a poor choice. Because now you got 4 feral creatures in your car. Neither you nor Terry brought up any objections, so the gang climbed back into Baxter's nice ride. This time Baxter offered to turn on some music. After all, it would be a little bit of a drive to the park. And play what you normally would, don't mind us. Yeah, I would like to see what kind of stuff a guy like you is into. I hope the playlist lives up to expectations. Oh my gosh, Okay, so I have 2 playlists on Spotify that I use. One of them is of, you know, like Western music, but it's mostly just comprised of Imagine Dragons songs. So basically, it's an Imagine Dragons playlist with a little bit of Doja Cat and maybe some other songs too. It's definitely got Smash Mouth in it, I can tell you that much. And then I have another playlist, and it is all just completely of anime openings. I never really have an opportunity to like play music in the car with other people around, but if I ever had that choice, if I ever had that happen, I'd just be like, do you guys want, which ones do you guys want? You want anime or you want Imagine Dragons? Or I just flip a coin and play whatever. That would be my music. I mean, I would have a good time with it, certainly. That is just me. Now, what does Baxter listen to? He plugged his phone into the car with an aux cord and turned on some alternative music. With the music taken care of, Baxter put the car in drive and pulled out of the parking lot. The lot was practically empty, but you noticed that he was careful anyways. During the trip, it changed to hard rock, punk, and even screamo. Despite his personal demeanor, he didn't seem to like upbeat tracks. It's always the quiet ones you gotta worry about. It's always the quiet ones that I listen to the most intense music. It took a while to arrive, but by the time you got there, the sky was golden with the orange streaks of sunset. Everyone got out of the car and started to stroll along one of the paths. You walked by the basketball court and some picnic tables, taking in the sight. Miranda seemed amazingly content, the location helping her relax in the company. She led the way, sometimes stopping here or there to point something out. Baxter turned to her and nodded along. Oh yeah, because he is a tourist. He doesn't know this place. I mean, we do though, because we were here for the birthday party and a couple other events, and also with Derek as well, because Derek lives around here. Let's go to Derek's house. Isn't it like a couple minutes walk away from here, actually? I'm gonna go to the apartment and bang on the door. Let me see let me see my boy Derek. She led the way. Sometimes stopping. Okay, yeah, I already read that.
Not bad.
I've never been here, but I definitely see the appeal. Man, this is Randy's stomping ground. She's been coming here forever. Seriously, Miranda, have you ever had a birthday party that wasn't here? You missed out, Baxter, because every year she has a blowout party at the park. Imagine balloons everywhere. Miranda looked down, suddenly shy again with the attention on her. She let out an awkward laugh. Yep, every year. Actually, my birthday is where I first started to really get to know Cove and Dae. Okay, I feel like I mentioned this before, but every time they put our names together, like Cove and Dae, I keep wanting to say Dave. I say like Co and Dave. Like it always just like merges together. I guess that's considered our ship name, but damn. I should just say Dave. Ed waste less time. Just put them together, you know? She smiled and then pointed to a wide flat spot on the grass. Remember the bounce house? I remember. He chuckled and you can practically see those old memories on his face. It was a party for the ages. You were great. Yeah, it was a blast. I miss parties like that. Everyone is too cool for bounce houses. Oh my gosh, they are. We need adult bounce houses. I mean, I guess bounce houses can work for everybody of all ages, but I feel like adults should use them more often. The group followed Miranda along to one of the picnic tables. She took a seat and Terry slid in beside her. You spent the evening chatting amongst each other. Everyone got to know Baxter a little better, although you could tell Cove and him still hadn't fully clicked. At one point, Miranda found an abandoned soccer ball and started tossing it around. To me! Miranda threw the ball to her. Terry caught it with a smile. Think fast! She chucked it at Baxter, who had only had enough time to squeak. It bounced off of his chest and he stared at it dazed. He blinked as if he needed time to process what exactly had happened, but he then grinned dangerously. He rushed after the ball, and rather than throwing it back, he surprised Terry and everyone else by lobbing the ball high into the air. You bent your neck back to watch its ascent, and inevitable decline. Baxter hooked it with his foot and launched it up again. There were oohs and ahs from Terry and Miranda. Baxter gave him a very proper bow. Oh my gosh, I remember my brother did stuff like that too. Like my oldest brother. He would, because they were big into football, he would like take the football and he'd just kick it up into the sky. And I swear, I could not see that ball up there. It disappeared out of sight. It went up that high. At least that's how it proceeded to little cub me. And then it'll come back down and he just take it and kick it back up there again. I always try to kick it up that high, but listen, I got big paws, but my feet are pretty average. My grippers, they're average. I can't kick them that high. I wish I could though. When it finally fell to the ground for real, Cove was the one who picked it up. He was impressed and he wanted in. With that, everyone was drawn into the game. It was unspoken that whoever did the fanciest trick won. Most of the game was not particularly practiced with throwing a ball, so not many of the tricks were actually good. However, there was a lot of laughter, and you got to see Miranda pull off a round off where she threw the ball with her feet, so that was cool. I'm fighting a burp. One sec. Okay, I've recovered. Alright, the sunset eventually darkened into night, and the streetlights turned on. Your group's chosen picnic table laid in a bubble of light. The occasional bug cast a shadow as they flew by. It's a little strange being here so late on a normal night. Usually that only happens if there was a party, or an important game, or a fireworks show. Fireworks! Her yell startled Baxter, who was throwing the ball nonchalantly from hand to hand. He missed catching it and it sailed sadly back to the ground. He looked at Terry for her loud outburst. I just remembered. There's going to be a fireworks show tonight. It's in the city. Everyone's questioning look. She huffed and tried to explain further. It's some celebration for the opening of something. I don't remember what. I don't think we could get into the actual event anyways.
Oh, yeah.
But we should still be able to see the show if we get close. You can't keep explosions in the sky away from the public. Cove raised an eyebrow and drummed his fingers on the table below him. You want to change locations again? Wasn't the last 2 times enough? Terry rolled her eyes, and then she shook her head. To her, it was obvious. Don't be a wet blanket, Cove. What about you, Dae? Randy? Baxter? Don't you want to see fireworks? It's fireworks. We gotta go. Explosions in the sky? What a night. What a time to be alive. I guess they are fireworks, alright. Whatever. Let's one more scene change. Yes, I knew this was a good idea. In turn, 4 sets of eyes looked at Baxter. As the driver, his answer made or broke the plane. He chuckled softly. Man, well, put the pressure on him, why don't ya? In for a penny, in for a pound. I'll go.
Honestly.
Genuinely, there's nothing better to occupy my time tonight. You better hurry or I might miss it. Cove rolled his eyes, but laughed. Everyone headed back to the car yet again. Terry brought out her phone to navigate to the city, and Baxter stepped on the gas. You were on your way. Baxter drove past buildings aglow in warm yellow light that cut through the navy-black night. One office building that had bright LED lights that cycled through a whole rainbow of hues. It was difficult to get through all of the traffic on the road, let alone find it parking this late at night. Luckily, Miranda had eagle eyes when it came to scoping out a spot. She pointed to a sedan pulling out, and Baxter parked within seconds. Not wanting to miss the show, I'm sorry. Not wanting to miss the show, you all raced down to the waterfront walkway to find a place with a good view. What about here? Cole peered across the rails into the distance and shot her a thumbs up. It was relatively quiet, isolated, and you could see skyscrapers. That was a good sign, based on where Terry thought what the event was. Yes, this should work just fine. She stopped and tried to catch her breath, her hands on her knees. Miranda leaned against the wall between establishments as she recovered. Cove took a moment to breathe it as well. Stretching his spine back, he looked up at the sky in wonder and let out a relieved sigh. Think we've missed anything?
No way.
Not a chance. Nothing's happening. We can't be so late that we missed everything. Maybe it'll start soon. I'm so excited. Fireworks! The spontaneity, whatever, of the whole thing combined with the amazement of fireworks was a recipe for you to be bursting with anticipation. It couldn't start soon enough. Terry led Miranda to sit down on the oval slabs along the path. Miranda took a seat and began tapping her knees together as she waited. Terry, meanwhile, crouched more than sat. Baxter smiled politely and looked from you to Cove. He seemed to be waiting for one of you to speak first rather than wanting to directly start a conversation. Something seemed to strike Cove, as he tried unsuccessfully to hide a smile. We're all still in swimsuits. Wearing beachwear in the middle of the city, in the dark, while waiting for a fireworks show was clearly the joke of the day for him. Cove snorted once and then looked back up at the sky. There they are. Once again. A flash lit up the sky with a brilliant green. Your eyes flew off the building in the distance and silently watched with bated breath. You heard a second boom and a red firework lit up the night. Woo! The show's starting! It's so pretty! They came running over to get closer, positively beaming. Terry pressed herself to the waterfront fence, getting as close as physically possible without just going swimming again. More fireworks went off, shooting out hundreds of tiny sparkling lights. The colors stood out starkly against the dark of the night. The biggest ones watched her surrounding with their hue, turning your world blue, then red, and then golden. Did I deliver or did I deliver? You delivered, Terry. I'll give you 5 stars. Best delivery person I could ask for. Miranda's eyes glittered, and she slightly bumped Terry with her hip. Good job. Terry stumbled at the friendly nudge, but was pleased with the compliment. She grinned back. Miranda lightly swung her hips the opposite way to give you a bump as well. It was friendly and soft. We did it! You gave her a little push and turn with a laugh. You were pleased that you hadn't missed any of the show after all. You were glad that everyone seemed to be having a good time. You were comfortable with how near it was. No, I'm pleased. What an unorthodox and impromptu fireworks plan had been. You were ecstatic it worked out. Luckily you arrived in time and it was shaping up to be a particularly colorful fireworks show. The rest of the group huddled around the railing to take in the show as closely as possible. Myrna stood close by, Terry's hands gripped at the top. Cove laid his arms across her while leaning forward, and Baxter rested his elbows on the rail, putting his back towards the fireworks. He seemed to have more fun watching the others than the actual show. Ooh! She put out a golden firework and beamed. Ah, that's so cool. Terry held up a hand for a high five. Miranda obliged her. Terry whooped and shot you a smile. What color do you think the next one will be? Without giving Baxter a glance, Cove answered immediately. Green. It was orange. Baxter chuckled, but wasn't interested in calling Cove out for being wrong. Is that your favorite color? Green? It's one of them. I think that's nice. It matches you. And yours is black? That's one of them. Cove smirked just a little and left the conversation there. Oh my gosh, who do we want to stand next to? We did Cove last time. Might as well go. Might as well, you know, I have to share myself amongst the others. I can't just keep myself to Cove. We could either do Baxter or the girls. 1 second, I'm doing something very important. Okay, I got first in Jack's stream. Okay, good. We're good now. Alright, now I can continue in peace. Let's see. You know what? It's not Baxter time. Let's stay next to Terry and Miranda. The girls noticed you moving closer and made room for you in the middle. Aw, how kind. You stepped into the space, and they smiled at each other. And the two leaned in, sticking you firmly in between them. Oh my gosh, I'm being sandwiched. Terry laughed. Friend sandwich. Oh. She knew. She heard me. Oh my gosh. Excuse me. Miranda laughed as well, and you smiled. The three of you watched the show, all bundled together. The spectacle continued to up the ante by bringing more fireworks out at a time. The colors danced across the sky and reflected over the water. You reached out a hand and watched as it was tinted green while a big boom sounded. Got that boom boom pow. Fireworks were a normal summer tradition, but this was admittedly an unconventional approach. Showing up at the city last minute to watch a display from a technically private event, that made this feel special in a way that just planning to go to a public fireworks show never would. Terry's idea may not have left you with a lot of time to prepare, but it sure led to a unique situation. It was clear this was an unforgettable night. As the finale sounded, blazing the sky with unbelievable beauty, you remember thinking that there might never be a night exactly like this one again. Not for the rest of your life. You planned to hold on to the feelings you had in that moment for as long as you could. Well, that was nice. I figured that'd be a fun one to do because, like with boating, we could play it drastically different than the last time we did. So that's why, that's why I did not invite Baxter at first this time around. Because I knew we would go to the crepe shop instead of looking for the ice cream truck. I'm not sure which I would prefer. I like both of them for different reasons, pretty much. Like, I really do like doing the ice cream. Did I say ice cream shop? I meant the ice cream truck. I did like finding the ice cream truck. I really did give Baxter his like moment to shine there. So we'll definitely be playing like that route again when we do his route later on after we finish Derek's. But for this time around, I wanted to switch it up. You know, like I said, we may be speedrunning, but I want to try some different options just to show you guys how like there's different ways to play the game. There's not like just one way each time, which is a very fun, very nice. We love to see it. We love a variety, you know what I mean? But with that being said, I really wanted to get to Derek's epilogue tonight. I really did. But speedrunning has been a lot longer than I really accounted it to be. So, unfortunately, after we do the late shift and we do the ending to Step 3, I might have to end it there for tonight. But then next week when we play Our Life, we'll definitely get to Derek's epilogue. I do apologize for that. I'm very sorry that we're not getting into it tonight. But it is gone on longer than I expected it to be. And I am feeling a bit sleepy. So I don't know if pushing it to completion is really the best way. So I think that's the plan. Although this has been fun. I like I said, I do like seeing like the friendship route with Cove. It's very nice. He's still such a good guy. Less aggravating this time around because there's less cuddling. Oh my gosh, that was like such a big thing. Everybody was so mad. It's like, we're fucking dating and you can't fucking cuddle with me. What the fuck is wrong with you? So I think that's what we shall do. So I'm gonna go ahead. We're gonna go do the late shift, and that shall probably be it for tonight. Alright, so let's speed run it. Alright, hello Baxter. Oh shit, where do we work? Last time I did the tropical place. I work at the mall kiosk. I've never done that one. It sells phone cases. You grinned as if you had just said an exciting career as a movie star. Interesting. Sorry, skip. I wouldn't mind seeing you there. You doubted he would make himself a bother. It could even be fun. Okay, that would be different. You were prepared on time. If this had been any earlier in the day, I would not be. I would be late, but we are prepared. You unlocked the familiar car and climbed in. As you turned your key, you were off to another day of work. Oh, whoops. You entered the building and went in a leisurely pace. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary that day. Before you fully settled into your shift, you sent a quick text to Cove that you made it to work alright. Your phone buzzed with his response before you had even finished stowing it in your pocket. Cove sent back a positive "you can do it" message that made you smile. You got going at your kiosk. You set your sights on the groups of people going through the mall who look like they might be approachable. You're required to talk to people and try to convince them to buy. It had taken some getting used to at the start. Oh, I would hate this job so much. Like, do not make me approach people. Let them approach me instead, please. Some would ignore you while others would probably say they weren't interested. However, occasionally you'd get a bite and you'd reel them into a sale. You're really happy with your job. You didn't think your job was bad. You were only working there because you could find something better. You could barely stand working there. I hate my fucking job. You wish you had never applied. It'd be a dream when you could finally kiss this place goodbye. You kept working, and the rest of the afternoon morphed into a blurry haze of thinly buried frustration. During a slow moment, you heard a distinct and familiar voice. Excuse me. You turned your head and saw Baxter sauntering towards you. He really did turn up just to visit. Baxter, I was starting to wonder if you were going to show. Look around. Take it all in. It sucks. He grinned with a tilt of his head. Is this a good time? Yeah, I'm not too busy right now. Excellent. You saw his eyes search the place, clearly never having been before. Baxter stared down at the various phone cases. His ringed fingers tapped on the glass case as he expected them. Do you need one? No. He looked at the cases again and then back up at your questioning face. So I could be sold on one. He leaned on the counter with a smirk and waited for your move. Oh my gosh. Please? You attempted a sales pitch. I'm not going to do that. You didn't know what to say. No, it's time. It's time to be my... Oh, what do you even say? I was trying to think of a job title that... I don't even know. Time to be the business bitch that we truly are. There we go. There we go. I came to a conclusion in the end. You attempted a sales pitch. Well, we have white cases. We've got black cases. We even have white and black cases. What more could a discerning man like yourself need? He snorted loudly enough that he felt the need to bring a hand to his face, incredibly entertained. You are very convincing. I might have to buy a phone case after all. Could you help me find one that fits my model? With that, you slipped back into customer service mode. He raised an eyebrow to a cheery expression. That won't be a problem at all, sir. Sir? That works for me. Oh, Baxter, keep it in your pants. Ooh, I've never seen the phone store option. Yeah, I haven't either. I've done the library and the tropical restaurant multiple times. So this time I was like, you know what? Since we're being different, let's do the mall kiosk. I sell them phone cases. This is probably the job I would hate the most if I did it in real life. But you know what? This isn't real life. This is an alternate reality. Why I'm forced to work the job instead. They still got that Friday sale, 20 to 50% off. Oh my gosh, it's Friday too. I feel like the last time I noticed that it was Friday as well. I usually stream Out Life on Fridays, regardless. But I still got that sale going. I love a sale. You and Baxter spent a little more time together chatting about what he should get. Eventually, a decision was made. Then he was off to explore more of the town. Goodbye, Baxter. I'll miss you. You were glad he came by. It was a nice break from real customers, but you had to get back to your usual tasks. You checked your clock set high on a sidewall. With how late it was time for your meal break. You breathed a sigh of relief and left your station. You found a quiet place to eat that was out of eyeshot of most people and pulled out your phone. You typed out a text to code to let her know you were having dinner. Yeah, like the store closing sale that seems to last infinitely. It's like, this store is closing, but here they are, still standing. Yeah. But you know, honestly, that could be a very good marketing strategy. It's like, oh, we're closing. Here's a sale, and that'll get more people to come in and buy. Because they're thinking, oh, we gotta get rid of their stock, you know. But then they just never close, and they keep going. That's what they do online all the time. Yeah. So I mean, why not do it physically as well in an actual mall? You know, if it works for them, it works. I mean, like I always say, I love a sale, so if I see a sale, I can buy one. Can't come with a number of, sadly, we're closing. It's a trend amongst all the store owners. Then they just forward their product to a company under a different name. They just keep changing their name each time. Ah yes, this is such and such company. We're sadly closing. Such and such too has now opened. After a time, yeah. Well, we can't make them get suspicious. Anyway, sorry to derail. Back to your game. Oh, no, you're good. You're good. That's all good. Listen, no, never apologize for that, you know? I like chatting with everybody, so there's no problem at all. No apologies allowed. Take it back. You took your first bite of your meal, and Cove replied with an okay. Your phone came to life again as he let you know that he'd already taken his long break, but he still had a short one he could take. With him on break as well, he asked if he could call. You were happy for the chance to talk. You'd been wanting to spend some time with him. He was made aware of that and sent back one more text, a thumbs up. Then you got a call. You accepted it as soon as you saw it was Cove.
Hey.
Hi, Dae. Hi. Today's been going by really quickly. Not fast enough. You couldn't wait for your shift to end. You had things that you actually wanted to get to later. Cove laughed quietly. You should have seen it. When I got to my shift earlier, there was a huge fight going on with the schedule. I just tried to stay out of it. I'm lucky no one else wants to close. It's not something I've got to defend. Some shifts are way too competitive. He shook his head at the memory. You wondered how the shifts had been sorted out in the end. He didn't bother to elaborate further on his workplace drama. Honestly, lately, I've kind of got some drama like that in my workplace as well. Like fighting over shifts and whatnot. I'm happy with mine, so I don't complain about it. I may complain in the stream where I'm like, oh, I have to wake up at 4 a.m. the next day, so I have to go to bed. But, you know, it's not that bad. I like coming home, and, like, the day is still, you know, in the day. Like, it's 2 p.m. when I get out, so I have the whole rest of the day to do whatever I want. So I don't mind it. I'll take that. But I'd rather have those early shifts. Cove can have all the late shifts he wants. Okay, you close. That's on you, dude. Okay, I read that. I hope nothing's going on with you. This isn't normally when you'd be working. It's fine. I make sure to almost always have a good schedule. I was open for a change of pace. I got stuck with a bad deal, but I had no choice. I'm getting through it. I'm going through it, man. You know, I was open. You could afford to be a little flexible about when you worked. You weren't too set in your ways to get upset about changes. Even a small hum of acknowledgement. At least we're in the same boat. Though it's not equivalent to the last time we were in the same boat, huh? Yeah. Baxter showed up here earlier. Wow, well, oh no. Oh no. It's just too bad I missed him. Super busy with my own work, I guess. It's a shame. His tone was joking, at least mostly. You shook your head and tried to hide your grin. The conversation drifted off as Cove grew quiet. I can't stay on too much longer. It's busy. You imagine he was looking at some kind of clock the same way you had earlier. Cove sighed. The two of you had only started to talk, and yet it was somehow over.
Bye.
Bye. The world was flat. He was down about leaving. The word was flat. The world was flat. Oh no. I'm becoming a flat earther. The world was flat. No, please. Not in this reality. Do not make me a flat earther. The word was flat. Bye. He was down about leaving. There was a second of silence before he pulled himself together. We'll have more time later. Right. Bye. You let him go and finished up your meal on your own. Just as you were clearing up, your phone vibrated. Cove had found some time to sneak you a quick text. Just a few more hours until closing. You smiled as you finished your break. It was time to get back to work. Customers continued to trickle in, even though it was getting closer to closing time. Before you could jump back into work, you felt your phone buzz in your pocket. It had to be a text message, but there was no way you could check it right now. Your phone buzzed again, making your hand twitch, wanting to check it. Still, it would have to wait. Shaking the distraction off, you quickly fell back into a rhythm of things. There were still plenty of tasks that had to be done. You were unpacking some new pieces, absorbed in the moment when you felt like you were being watched. Glancing up, you saw someone stopping at the counter. Hi, how can I help you? I'm looking for a case with paw prints on it. Ooh, good choice. I saw online this store is supposed to have it. Do you? They lifted up their phone to show you the model. You knew it and what case is fit for that. Oh, I'll check. Be right back. They nodded and stood off to the side while you scooted around to the other side of the stall. Your eyes scanned the boxes for the case the customer described. You didn't get to look for very long when the echo of fast-moving steps pulled your attention away. Bracing yourself, you could only watch while they stormed right up to your counter. They pushed a cracked phone case in your hands. Oh! Excuse me, I bought this here the other day. It's ridiculous. I only dropped my phone once. You opened your mouth to speak, but they started waving one of their hands. Oh no, not a Karen. Don't even bother trying to sell me a new one. I want a refund. I won't be buying from here again. They pulled a crumpled receipt out of their pocket and smoothed it out before tossing it onto the counter. For a split second, you could only stare at the broken phone case in your hands. You weren't sure what else to do besides give them a refund. There weren't a lot of special guidelines for procedures to follow in this tiny shop, except for find some way to sell stuff. Hastily, you read over the receipt. It was from here, so you went through the process with the customer and gave them their money back. They were off the moment they had the cash in hand, muttering about what a waste of time this all was. Oh my god, chill. You... Listen, if you're buying a phone case from a mall kiosk and it breaks on you, you did that to yourself. If you want a good phone case, go to like a better store that actually, you know, a proper store that specializes in electronics like that and phone cases and such. Like, this is a fucking mall. Don't you know? Okay. Taking a deep breath, you try to relax, but then you spotted the customer you were helping before. You couldn't quite puzzle out their expression, but they were watching you sternly. It struck you that they still wanted you to pick out a case for them. The kind they asked for was one with... Oh no, what could it be? My memory. I can't remember what it was. Was it polka dots? Was it stripes? Paw prints? A plaid pattern? Hearts? Something you couldn't remember. You had to ask them again. Oh no, what could it be? What could it be indeed? I just have no idea. My poor little brain. It couldn't be paw prints. Why would I remember it to be paw prints? Not because, you know, my Oshi mark, one of them is a paw print. No. It has to be plaid. No, it's paw prints. The first sweep around the stall you missed it, but on the second you found it among other brightly colored cases. Smiling softly, you wondered if the pattern was supposed to be a cat or dog prints. You brought the case over to where the customer was waiting. They're bear prints, actually. I'm really sorry about the wait. The customer glanced at the phone case in your hand. Their expression softened. That's the one I was looking for. Thanks. Your smile widened while you went through the motions ringing things up at the register. You were glad that you found the right case, and you were definitely ready to be busy doing anything else. Your body was starting to tire out from the busyness of today. Luckily, you had one more short break. You took a seat and finally checked those messages from earlier. There was one from Mom. Would you mind stopping by the grocery store on your way to pick up some asparagus and peppers for dinner tomorrow? Can't make it myself. Deadlines are tight right now. Thank you and have a great day. You sighed, you shook your head in frustration, you shrugged, you didn't mind the request, you were happy to do it. You know what? We'll shrug. We'll be a little bit less optimistic this time. A trip to the grocery store wasn't anywhere on your mental to-do list today, but there was no use getting upset about a minor detour. You sent back, can do. You weren't expecting her to text back anytime soon, though you did already get a thanks for it. There was no reason at this point not to check the other message you got earlier. A fun smile spread across your face when you read it. It was from Cove. Just a few more hours to closing. You can do it. You knew that Cove was supposed to be busy working too, and yet he still found a moment to sneak in a text. Not a bit of that surprised you. You messaged back. Same. Cove responded briefly seconds later. Smile. The smile that hides all the pain. From working in retail. You chuckled, wondering how this day was going in comparison to yours. You plan on sneakily sending him messages for the rest of your shift. You decided to leave the conversation there. You told him you could talk after your shift. Yeah. Talk to you when I'm off. Yeah. After that, you slipped your phone back into your pocket. Texting with Cove easily lifted your spirits tenfold, and you felt ready to tackle the rest of your shift. He was always there for you when you needed him, no matter what. Thought brought a warm smile to your face. For another minute, you stretched your arms high over your head and imagined how nice falling into bed later was going to be. You sighed. Hopefully your shift would go by in the blink of an eye. You jumped back into the rhythm of things. The last of the customers had finally exited the building. It was time to close. When all the doors were locked, you exhaled loudly. The whole place was officially closed. You were worn down, you felt relieved. You were pumped that you were done. Your mom was still stuck on that incident that happened earlier. That was okay, you thought. Not the worst you've seen. Yeah, I'm stuck. I hate that Karen just came up to me. It was mean. No matter how hard you tried to shake the feeling, you were really bothered by it. While you were shuffling around in the closed-up shop, you had a call come in. It was Cove. You knew that he spent the majority of today working overtime. You hadn't been sure if you'd hear from him. You picked up his call immediately. Hello? Hey, just finished. You? Yeah. Today sucked. Doors tumbled out quietly, and were met with silent pause. If Cove hadn't made a sad laugh, you would have assumed that he hadn't heard you. I'm sorry. He didn't answer. Closing your eyes, you could imagine Cove's concerned look and the way he'd be rubbing at his arm.
You okay?
Are you alright? His question was gentle and earnest. You could imagine the way his eyebrows would be furrowing right now. You had to answer truthfully to that. As okay I can be after a bad day.
I get it.
I get it. Okay. I know work is hard. I'm sure you did a good job today. His voice grew soft, and you wished Cove could see the small smile he put on your face. There was a pause where you took a few deep breaths. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. And remember, at least we're both in this together. Always. Right. Are you heading home after this? Actually, I have to run an errand for my mom. Where to? The grocery store. Mom texted me earlier asking if I would pick up a couple things. Well, you should come with me. It was late and you knew that Code wanted to go home, but admittedly, you wanted company. He eased that concern by speaking softly. Sure, yeah, I can go shopping with you. It's nice of you to do this.
Not really.
I like spending time with you. Thanks. I like that too. Moments later, you had your things together and were ready to swing by the store. You're out the door within minutes. Alright, now we can get into skipping.
So?
Okay. You felt responsible having your parents rely on you. You were already looking forward to tomorrow's dinner. It was overwhelming how much you had to take care of. You couldn't stand the thought of making it longer. That was all there was to it. This was the simple stuff that you weren't thinking much about. Think? Me? I don't think so. Text to Mom. What peppers we need. I can go back to look with you. Get your berries. Berries and cream. Berries and cream. Berries and cream. When we became grown-ups. This is the true adult experience? Working, buying food, and then squeezing in human interaction while you're doing other productive stuff?
I think?
Yeah, unfortunately. You burst out laughing. Okay, what am I ordering? Okay. After a hard day of work, having to work in retail, having to deal with a Karen come by with her broken, smashed phone, complaining that it was shattered, even though she only had it for a day. Honestly, how aggressive do you have to be with your phone to even break it? Honestly, I'm not judging. I swear I'm not. But I have never cracked my phone before, and I hear about people that like have phone cases that are just absolutely shattered. Like, not phone cases, like, but their phone screens, is what I mean. And I was like, what's happening? What are you guys doing with your phones? Like, what are you doing with your phones that you are abusing it that much? Like, that's kind of crazy. Like I said, no judge. Like I said, I don't know what's going on. I tend to just keep my phone in my pocket or on like top of a flat surface, and that's about it. So I don't know what goes on with the people in the phone aggression. but still, after a rough day like that, fast food, it's like a reward. Award after a bad day. Okay, what do I want? I want chicken nuggets. I want French fries. And I want a milkshake. I don't want soda. I can't drink soda. I get no drink. The milkshake is my drink. I don't know. Would you guys consider a milkshake a drink? Or like a meal? Like something you eat? Like if you got like chicken nuggets and French fries, and it's like, oh, for my drink I'll have a milkshake. Like, is that really a drink? Like, it's more like a dessert, isn't it? I don't know, I think I've been asked before, like, I'll ask for, like a milkshake or something, like, oh, do you want that to replace your drink? And I'm sitting there like, no. No? It is such a dessert. Yeah. I mean, that's what I thought, too. Because, you know, when I think of a drink, it's something that you would, like, drink after, like, you eat your food to, like, wash it down. Although, give me both. Yeah, like, give me the drink and the milkshake, you know? Like, I don't know, maybe it's like kind of like partially, like some people like to dip their like chicken nuggets and their French fries into their milkshake, so maybe they think that's just like that combination. You don't really need like the soft drink as well. But for me, you know, I was like, no, give me both. Give me my tea and give me my vanilla milkshake with my chicken nuggets and my French fries. That's my meal. What am I, an animal? Well, I mean, partially. Alright, and that was all. Kobe gave you a little thumbs up. He wasn't the only one indulging. Exactly. 264. Alright, skip. Too bad the mozzarella sticks are gone. Oh, I didn't even notice. I wonder why they got rid of them. Because they're bitches. You are so spoiled. And how did that happen? Don't look at me. I didn't spoil you. No, of course not. There is not hours and hours upon of evidence that people can see that I have ever spoiled you. No. It was not me. Your Honor, I claim not guilty in this court session. He beamed at you sincerely. A ray of sunshine in this late-night food trip.
Don't worry.
Good for you. I'm helping get that. Alright. I guess we probably don't have to worry about someone taking our seats. I mean, it is pretty late at night. He threw a glance across the empty restaurant with a smirk. 20% off? Free? The deals! Oh my gosh! I didn't even look at these before we ate. I get me a 20% off burger and a free chicken sandwich. You see, as you both walked over to the counter together. There were 2 trays sitting on the counter. Cove grabbed the one that was mostly his dessert items, leaving space for you to reach the other. Cove picked up the drinks and passed you them, then he grabbed the tray with food. This way we don't accidentally spill. Right. You agreed to Cove's plan and worked together to bring back the food. Once you had everything situated and placed on the table, the 2 of you returned to your seats. Delicioso. Skip. I flick a straw paper at him. An attack. Cove was shocked when it struck. Once he looked from the paper ball on the table to your mischievous smile, your attack finally dawned on him. He pouted and drank his drink with a feel of a great betrayal. He snorted at his reaction, and when his lip wobbled. Oh, you go cry? You go cry, you little stupid baby. Getting straw paper smacked on you. He broke into a smile and shook his head at the silliness. He scooped up the tiny ball and loved it back to your side. Oh, and yep, and that was it. And like I said, we're going to save Baxter's for next... Oh, I didn't notice that before, actually. Okay, so... Next time when we do hang, it will be Baxter, more so Baxter specific. So I wonder if there's what's different about this route between the 2 ways you could do hang over here. Oh, we're gonna... This gonna be a treat. We're gonna see all 3 versions of it. Damn. But yeah, we'll save the rest of these for his route. I already saved, right? Yes, okay. And then summer ended. Are you sure? Yeah. Skip. We're going to the Chinese restaurant. I opened it instantly. You were relieved. The tension flooded out of your body with such intensity that you needed to slump against the wall for support. You had to tell your family right away. You'd make an announcement at dinner. You want to keep this news to yourself for now. You wanted Cove to be the first to know. We're going to keep it for ourselves for now. You tried your best to finish getting yourself ready for the dinner ahead. It was a strain. Dude, I do not want any attention on me. Okay, now you're striking out on a new path. Cove was leaving his family home. Liz was heading back to college, while Lee was starting at hers. You're all heading in different directions, to different destinations, some near and some far. But it wouldn't be long until you were all going your own way. It was bittersweet. You turned your head to the side, but focused on the sweet side. New adventures were still ahead, and you could encourage that optimism. Last time we were a bit more pessimistic about things ending, but we'll be more optimistic this time around. New adventures were still ahead, and you could encourage that optimism. Cove brought some attention to himself with a clearing of his throat and a small introduction. I want to stretch my legs while we're waiting for the food and everything. Sure thing, bud. With a tiny smile, he nodded at his dad, but the lightness to his expression faded when he moved to face you. Watch him with concern as you rose from your seat. Yeah, I'll go. Take care. Alright. Cove started pulling on the hem of his shirt. He turned his head back to face you, but it was an awkward movement. Well, I wanted to talk to you one-on-one about all this. You know, my work, moving. I mean, it was coming before, but now it's pretty much here. Yeah, it's exciting. Cove stopped picking at his shirt, and he seemed to respond well to that response. He was relieved you weren't upset about it. I'm glad you think so. But then he looked down and his brows furrowed. You saw his hand shift away from his clothes and instead rub at his arm. Are you looking forward to it? I am.
I mean...
Well, I'm trying to be. He ducked his head further and you saw his face start to redden. But it's scary. I don't want things to end. Come on, you don't need to worry. You're going to do great things. So you're saying you're going to dress up as a future for Halloween? That's a little conceptual, sure, but you could probably make it work. Definitely not. I'd feel bad going around as something that terrifying. The mood felt a little better, though it didn't last. Cove then turned his head away and wrapped his arms around himself. You felt a sudden chill that definitely wasn't caused by the air conditioner. It's happening, you know. What I talked about earlier this summer. The world isn't going to keep us together anymore. It'll all be up to us now. But everything is still going to be okay, right? We're still going to be okay? You got mad at him for this? I'm mad at you for being emotional. No, let's keep calm. You understood his concern. It was definitely hard to imagine what would happen. However, you didn't let yourself get upset. I'll make sure we always are together. You were going to keep things up. There was no way you were going to let this fall down the wayside. Cove laughed with a delicate smile on his face. Okay, you win. I wanted to prepare myself for the horrifying unknown, but you're kind of giving me no choice but to be optimistic here. Good. My work here is done. Cape flipped away. His eyes sparkled with mischief. Strong armor. That's right. Oh no, I can't believe you're being forced to have hope about life. I'm happy to hear that. You're welcome. I can't believe you're being forced to be happy. His lips twitched at your sarcasm.
Right?
I know! How am I gonna get past this? He gave a small smile and then stopped joking around. Thanks for listening to me, Dae. It helped. He felt pleased that his anxiety had eased after talking it out. I think it's time to rejoin the party. Do you feel like heading back?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot what we were doing here. That'd probably be good. With flashing smiles, you both reclaimed your seats at the table. Both of you felt lighter, and it showed. You seem happy. What was that? Yeah, it looked like you were having quite the conversation over there. It's neighbor stuff. Sorry. I used to be your neighbor. Well, now you're not anymore, so you can't be included. He waved off their questions, and you didn't offer any explanations. They still seemed curious, but caught that Copes wanted it to stay between the two of you and let it drop. Things relaxed, and you took a sip of your drink. Lee idly tapped at the table and got your attention. I'm so excited to try this place. I haven't been here in a long time. I hope it's as good as I remember. All the restaurants in the area are pretty top-notch in my humble opinion. We'll see. There was a challenge issued. Liz carried herself like some sort of professional food critic, and Mom snorted. Oh my gosh, Liz is going to be the next Gordon Ramsay. Tough crowd, jeez, Liz. Mom giggled and chimed in as well, much to Liz's embarrassment. That's right, Lizzie, jeez. Oh, jeez Louise. Jeez. Liz put a hand over her eyes in mock offense.
Rude.
I hardly say jeez anymore. Ko smirked and turned to your sister. You leaned forward in your seat. Huh. Jeez. Everyone burst out laughing, besides Liz, of course. She smirked. No one could ever accuse your family of being no fun. We are completely fun. Skip. Oh my gosh, let's start calling him, just for funsies. Let's call Jeremy. Oh yeah, we did call him last time, don't we? Oh well. What's up, bowl cut?
They're actually doing this.
Haven't you suffered enough? No. What can I say? I'm a glutton for punishment. Is everything okay for you? Life is misery. Cool, Jeremy. To your surprise, Jeremy piped up with a question for you. Are you that bored, or do you honestly have some kind of interest in me as a person? I don't know. I'm interested. You're an interesting person. Thanks for talking to me.
Bye.
Goodbye. We sneak out to his room. Again. Give a small wave to your favorite fishies. The one you named is the one you had given Cove as a gift. Both look to be doing good. Oh yeah, that's right, we did give him one. And straining your eyes to the dark, you crept towards Cove's bed, barely making out the sleeping figure beneath the covers. Let's see. We sit beside him. He looked so peaceful as he slept, you decided you didn't have the heart to wake him up. Instead, you took a seat on the edge of his bed and watched him affectionately, matching your breast to his own deep breathing and smiling down at him. You weren't sure what you were going to do now that you were there, but you were happy to be near Cove all the same, even if he was fast asleep. Your gaze drifted around the darkened room. Even though in daylight hours you would recognize it, the darkness made it seem just a little bit different and intriguing. Your eyes stuck for a moment on the fish tank against one wall, and you watched his precious pets float around for a moment. Finally, you settled on the window. Maybe you should just head home? You contemplated it, trying to make up your mind, until Cove stirred and rolled over, bumping right into you. Huh? You turned just as his eyes fluttered open, still heavy with sleep, and he looked right at you.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. He pulled his covers up under his chin and rolled over again the other way, settling back in. You snickered quietly to yourself as you sat there. He could figure it out on his own, and after a few more seconds, he did. Wait, Dae? Yeah? You need something? He shoved under the covers and he sat up to stare at you in alarm.
What?
Why are you in my room? What happened? A smile slipped onto your face as he finally registered your presence for real. I was bored. Cope gave you a crooked smile, as if to say, really, Dae? I should have known you'd do this one of these days. It's only fair. He let out a breath, feeling relieved that he didn't seem bothered by it. In fact, it felt kind of good. He thought maybe his enthusiasm was why Cove did it so often. He pushed himself up fully, swinging his legs over the side of the bed and leaving a spot for you beside him. You sat beside him happily, waiting for him to speak first. You can stay as long as you want. Really? Yeah, really. Can I stay the whole night?
Of course.
Hell yeah. Homie sleepover. I am curious how this is gonna go since we're not dating in this route. You skip. Okay, but there's no way I'm letting you take the 4 this time. Here we go again. You rolled your eyes and a soft laugh, which Cove returned as he rubbed at the back of his neck. We should just share the bed. He thought it through for a moment before suddenly throwing his hands in the air. Why not? We might as well make the most of this sleepover. Hell yeah, yeah! Hell yeah, brother! Nothing wrong with a side, babe. Go be my shadow. Listen, it's, you know, I have nothing to say. I'm too done to speak. He's sussy. You best let on the balls of your feet, and he smiled at you fondly. After all, you had really wanted to see Cove, and knowing he would be right there next to you made it feel like a real sleepover. We're gonna make it work. I know you've always had to put up with my attitude about this, and I can't get it my way every time. Well, I could've, but you're clearly not going to give up. It's true, I'm just that stubborn. You gave him a triumphant nod as the two of you got under the covers, laughing and joking around before remembering you should be keeping the noise down. Resting on your side, you flipped up your pillow and faced Cove, who did the same. He sighed contentedly as he settled in and pulled the covers up over his shoulders. Yeah, this is definitely better than the 4. I mean, I would say so too. I don't know about you guys, but I don't like sleeping on the 4. You scoffed quietly, hardly believing he had come to that conclusion after everything, but that was Cove holding for you. You're so dumb sometimes. You fucking dumbass bitch. I flicked the tip of his nose. He snickered quietly and attempted to do the same to you, but you quickly buried your face in your pillow, so he lightly tugged your ear instead. Your neighbor looked over at you happily. He was honestly content. The night stretched on, and you continued giggling and chatting, tuning out absolutely everything except this room and each other. You felt so light again, like you were 8 instead of 18, and the only big decisions you had to make were where you were going to have for your breakfast in the morning. Soon enough, your eyes began to grow heavy, and the conversation slowly came to an end as you both fell into a restful sleep, side by side. Good morning! The next morning you woke up slowly from a comfortable dream. With a small stretch, you opened your eyes fully to the sun shining through the window. Shuffling onto your side, you noticed Cove still beside you in the bed, sleeping soundly. You smiled, remembering the prior night. Oh, wait, shit. Ah! It had been fun getting to spend the whole night together. You felt so lucky to have Cove as a friend. Then a loud noise suddenly startled you, and you snapped towards the source of the sound. It was the door opening abruptly, and in the frame stood Mr. Holden smiling brightly. He hadn't seemed to have noticed you straight away. Get your butt out of bed, sport. Mom's here. Oh! All of a sudden, the two of you made eye contact, and he froze where he stood, the smile slowly slipping from his face. Well, that's not what I usually walk into. I clearly should have knocked this morning. Of course, Cove would get away with sneaking into my room, and I'm the one who gets caught. Should I pretend I didn't hear that? Cove blinked his eyes tiredly and mumbled something incoherent before turning towards the door. And he smacks his head. Cove, no!
Oh my god.
Well, that was fun. He said nothing. You got the impression he didn't appreciate your comment. Well, it's not like anyone's surprised by this. Oh, wow.
Okay.
Wow. Oh, it's Derek. Go back. Go back. Go back. This is a Derek route. And Derek has barely been in here. So we're gonna do this in full. It was Derek. Hey, this is a surprise. I thought you disappeared. Nope, I have not. And I hope it's at least a good surprise. A very good one. He chuckled at that, and your smile widened. So what's up? The voice that came through was much deeper than it had been when you first met, but it still had the exact same amount of enthusiasm of a kid. Have you been enjoying these crazy summer days? Yeah, I have. It's been amazing. There's been ups and downs. It's been memorable to say the least. I would have enjoyed them more if you'd been here. He sighed deeply into the phone. He frowned, trying to imagine how this summer would have gone if things were different with him. Sorry, but if it helps, I was thinking the exact same thing about you. This one sucks, huh? Yeah. But what about you? How's your summer been? You were beyond curious to know what Derek had been up to since the last time you spoke. He chuckled, noticing your invested tone. Honestly, I've just been slammed with stuff lately. College applications and scholarship inquiries. What else is new? What else is new? Well, I bet you're even more toned now, you flirted. Your only real struggle will be choosing which place to go to. They'll all be desperate to have you. I wish you nothing but good luck. Mm-hmm. What else is new? I bet you're even more toned now. Finally, you heard a slight hitch in his breathing. He smirked. He's like, you're right about that one. Hope you can see it in person sometime. Oh my gosh, Derek! Listen, I know I started this, but damn. He spoke so softly, like it was like he was whispering to you. There was no stopping the grin that grew on your face. You could only hope no one asked what was so interesting. I hope so too. Oh hey, I finally get the chance to say this. I met that boy again. The dancer from the Cypress Summer Soiree. Huh? Wait, hold on. I need a second for my brain to catch up. That was fair. The human mind had only had so much processing power, and the revelation was an overload. You waited patiently in semi-silence. Some muffled mumbles came over the speaker, as well as a scratchy interference that you suspected was Derek actually scratching his ear near the phone. Alright, so I'm breaking this down. There was that time you took me to the country club when we were barely teenagers. Yes. Then I asked you to show me around and we went on a walk. Yeah. And then we ended up in a totally different party for a whole other group of people that we weren't supposed to be at. The confirmation process continued. Right. In that party, we talked to a kid around our age to ask what was going on, and he told us what I said before about it being a private occasion for the people who were not us. It was for a dance circuit. You've got it. That's who you met? You got it. His name is Baxter. He rented the house right next to Cove's. No way! How did you remember him? He remembered me too. Me, and you too. He did? You verified reality for Derek for a final time. He did. He said your bow tie was cute. He said you were short. I have no idea how he recognized me. It was so weird. I'm still amazed it happened. You could understand Derek's disbelief. He said your bow tie was pretty cute. Wow, I didn't remember I wore a bow tie. He's superhuman. But hey, I can live with that being my legacy. Baxter the dancer, huh? Your summer was even more exciting than I would have guessed, and I had banked on it being decently wild. And yours was exactly as eventful as I thought it'd be. Yeah, it always is. The distant tone of his voice made him feel even further away from you than he was. That wasn't what you had wanted, and you tended to bring the topic back to something cheerier. What's going on with your family? Are George and Nico being good? My little brothers are little punks, but I guess they're doing alright. You both laughed at that. Mom and Dad are fine. That's great. My moms are too. Turn your attention back to your surroundings. You smelled warmly at your family buzzing around. Towels were laid out, and chairs and umbrellas were being set up. Actually, I'm out with my moms right now. Liz and Lee are here visiting too. Oh, that's fun. But if that's the deal, I'll let you get back to it. Are you sure? I don't mind. Uh-huh, I'm sure. I'm not about to lose your number. Okay, bye. Bye, Dae. Have a heck of a day. Hanging up, the conversation left you energized and in good spirits. It was exactly what you need to make this day even better. Alright, we got... Let's message Baxter to come down to the beach. We got our slight Derek moment. Unfortunately, it was not a lot. I wish though, you know what I mean? Maybe some... Next week, like I said, next week we're gonna be doing all of Derek's epilogue, so we'll see him again. I feel about... I'm kind of looking at this title here, and... that I made for the stream. It's like, damn it, I really thought we were going to get to the epilogue today, but I underestimate how long our life moments go and steps go. Because, like, when I play it by myself, it just whizzes by for me. Like, it feels like it's so short, but of course then it's like 10 hours later, pretty much. So that's just how it is. Derek and his swollenness, his toned body, bites his shoulders, you know? So we will see him soon. Again, IRL, hopefully. Alright, I'll make some jewelry this time. Because last time we did volleyball. Yes. Already you're imagining various designs you could make depending on what Lee let you use. Your cousin shot you a thumbs up, clearly happy with your decision. Alright, skip. Okay. Well, since there's still a free spot, I'll throw my hat in the ring. The things I do for family.
Thank you.
The things I do for love. Thank you, Liz. I love that. Liz taking my place. Liz got up from where she was sitting. You could tell by her expression that she was already determined to win. You laughed to yourself, curious not now how that game would turn out. Okay, let me pocket to my house and get my supplies. Anything we can do while you're gone? Yes, you can start clearing out the towels for us to work at, and if you want, look around for good stuff to use.
I'm on it.
Roger that. Roger, roger. While Lee ran back to the house, the group did just as she suggested. By the time she returned, everyone had their craft area ready to work at. Lee sat down on one of the towels and looked up at everybody eagerly. She held up 2 necklace options. I hope you all have been thinking about what you want to make. I have for everyone a choice of either a chain or a threaded rope. Ooh, how do I pick? All I know is that I want to put some sea glass chunks on it.
Charming.
That is a charming idea. His gaze went back and forth between these two necklace-based options. You could tell he was thinking quite hard about it. I can't decide anything for mine. No rush. I'll leave the strands here. You can decorate it however you want later. I suppose I'll use whatever spot around the beach first. Whatever I spot around the beach first. Fate can decide. I think I'll keep it classic and only worry about finding a decent shell. Yeah, I'm planning on doing shells too. Let's see, I want to find some sea glass too. I'm going to hunt for a handful of shells to pick from. I'm going to look for some driftwood. I want to use some stones. Just wait and see. I don't have a plan. Yeah, I don't have a plan either. Baxter nodded, obviously able to relate to that mindset. Excuse me. Cove crossed his arms and chewed at the inside of his cheek. You weren't the only one that noticed. What's wrong, Cove? I'm not sure what to use. I mean, ideally I want a shark tooth, but what are the chances that I would even find one? Mom smiled. We both looked at him sympathetically. Sorry, the rare downside to not having a shark-filled coast. That would make for a really nice necklace, though.
I know.
At Cove's pouting, Mom gave him a little bump on the shoulder with her fist. Well, don't lose all hope. You never know. You might end up really lucky. Cove laughed. It cheered him up even though he wasn't really convinced. After that, the little crafting club busily went to work on their pieces. Whatever they decided on using was attached in loops that were then slid onto their necklace base. Terry was immensely proud of herself when she was done. Hers was simple but gorgeous because of the striking piece of sea glass she painstakingly searched for and refound. Baxter excitedly showed his finished piece off to everyone. He stayed true to his word and used various materials he found along the beach. The necklace looked like it had a good weight from the clutter. He always had an eclectic style, it seemed. Cove ended up using driftwood at varying lengths to design his necklace. Despite not finding any shark teeth, he still looked pretty pleased. Mom decided on a medium-sized purple-ringed top shell as the centerpiece of hers, and laid with a few small Simnius shells. They both put their necklaces on soon after finishing them. After combing the beach several times, you found just what you were looking for. It took a bit, but you managed to make a necklace you were satisfied with. It mostly had sea glass. Your group of crafters would also cheer for the volleyball players whenever shouts could be heard coming out of the court. On top of that, you would all hold up each newly made piece in the air, and the players would take a breather to applaud the creation. You really enjoyed searching the beach, trading supplies, and watching everyone make their necklaces. The crafting club was definitely a success, and you weren't the only one that had a blast. Okay, Skip. Okay, you listen to the music on a little speaker next to you. Okay, Skip. Look at that music. Ah, thank you. You were touched by their words, and your voice came out in a whisper. Mom chuckled and lightly brushed a bit of your hair. That's not something you need to thank us for. But still, I wouldn't be here without either of you. Ma wrapped an arm around your middle and squeezed you tightly in a side hug. Glancing at Mom, you saw how teary-eyed she became. She sniffled. Hey, Skip. Before you forgot, you turned off the speaker and left it on the towel for now. Skip. Nodding, you turned your attention to Terry. She wore a large grin on her face and held a hand out for a low five. You pressed a fist into it, which made her laugh.
See you later.
Take care of yourselves, buddies. Bye. Have a safe trip back.
Thanks.
Shake his hand. It was tough with what you were carrying, but you were able to extend one of your hands a bit. Baxter chuckled and shook it. I think we did end up as good friends. Hey, Skip.
Oh,
Except.
thanks very much.
Hug Mr. Holden. You burst forward and Mr. Holden wrapped your arms around him. Surprised, he went rigid immediately. But several moments later, he relaxed and began to lightly pat your back before shifting into a full hug. You squeezed him tighter. Thanks for moving in. As you let go, he sniffled, but when he met your gaze once more, his mouth pulled into a wide, happy grin.
Don't
Skip.
cry.
Cove reached forward and patted your arm reassuringly, and then he kept his hand there, lightly holding onto your arm. He nodded. I blow your homies a kiss! Cove reached out like he was catching it off to the side, and then he curled his fist to his chest, holding the kiss close. Your lips curled into a beaming smile.
Alright.
Imagine he just, like, dumped it into the trash can. I hope you have the loveliest of dreams. I hope you have good dreams, too. Lee's smile widened, till it went from ear to ear. Family forever. You leaned in close to whisper in your ear. You didn't fail to catch the teasing look on her face. Exactly. There's no escape. That got a laugh out of you. You lightly pushed on her shoulder. I Skip. Okay, love you too. Liz stopped walking and stared at you for a moment. She smiled softly at you. Get some sleep soon. Morning will be here faster than you know it. I will. I Skip. I want to relax first.
I love you.
Love you too, Mom and Ma.
I mean,
Our first... Okay, this is where he's asking, what was your first impression of me? You seem like a little whiny bitch. I liked you immediately. I wanted to be your friend. You seemed interesting. Unusual. I just worried about you because you were so upset. I didn't know what to make of you at first. I don't really remember anymore. You seem quirky. Cove's eyes widened, openly amazed at your response.
Really?
Really? I didn't know what I did to deserve that. It's nice of you. I don't know about that. Skip. A little. I'm glad this is how things went.
Too.
Me too. But the smile faded from his face as his eyebrows drew together. That was the worst day of my life at the time. The day my family broke apart. It was too heavy for me to even think about. I felt that way for I don't know how long. He held a hand over his heart, connecting with the pain that he felt as a child, and looked at you earnestly.
It's okay.
But now, everything is better. With me and my dad and my mom, and between the two of us. So when I remember that time, it's not the point that my life was over. It's just the day I met you. Ah, thank you for all of this. No, thank you. Thanks for running away from your dad so I could find you here on this poppy hill. Okay, you can use your phone to check time. You can still text your dad about what you're doing. You can text your dad about what you're doing. Moms don't care, but I don't feel like telling them. I won't tell them either. Good. Are you gonna lay in the grass now? How'd you know? I also lay in the grass. You took your own spot next to him in the grass, brushing the blades of grass aside a bit with your hand. And apparently it really was late. Cove chuckled affectionately.
I get it.
Okay, but it's been a long day. We've done a lot of things. Like, really? It has to end. Since were you okay with things ending? That made him laugh again. It was a fair question. Since you made me feel better about it. Yeah, we can still stay if you want to. Lean into our homie. You bent yourself against Cove for extra support. He tilted his head against yours. Thanks, Space Cadet. He gave you a bent smile and gave his own sentiment.
Good night.
Good night, Dae. The two of you remained together on the familiar poppy hill where you first met until the world began to fade and blur. You were falling asleep. A few more gentle words drifted into your consciousness.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Your eyelids dipped, but you felt good. You were safe and relaxed. Everything that had come before this had reassured you of that. You were confident that when you opened them again, things would be okay. Good morning. You opened your eyes. Instead of the walls of your room, you were surrounded by open sky. It was not soft pillows and sheets underneath you, but the bed of earth and grass that you'd taken last night. The day welcomed you with a shining sun, a refreshing breeze, and the chirping song of birds. You cupped your face with your hands as you sat up, feeling the imprint of blades of grass leaving lines in your cheeks. Dae, hearing your name, you lowered your hands and looked around. There he was, your most influential neighbor, Cove Holden. He had made himself very comfortable, laying on his stomach with jewelry and shoes taken off and a flower in his hand. Good morning. It's not really that morning anymore. Cove laughed, tickled with the overall situation and simply being able to spend time like this. Told you I'd see you tomorrow. It's the exact same day, Cove. Pretty safe bet. We see each other nearly every day. Alright, good for you. I'm glad you're right. You smiled at him. We see each other every day. So? Smiling, you shook your head and left Cove to his victory. Cove turned his head up to the sky, his expression content. Looks like it's going to be a nice day. We'll have to come up with something to do to make the most of it. He trailed off, blinking slowly in the sunlight. Someday, when we're even older than we are now, I wonder what we'll end up remembering this moment for. What will we feel when we look back at it? Will it be the same as what we're feeling right now?
It's nice.
I can't see what the future's gonna look like again, but I think that's alright. You're way too sentimental. Pretty sure I'm gonna have forgotten all about this. I think it'll mark a new start for me. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to finding out. Cove turned back to you, nodding in full agreement. He eyed the hill sprawling out before you, and down below, where the wild hill and nature gave way to civilization. Your home and Cove's lay down at the bottom, neatly filled among the other houses in the neighborhood. Hey, Dae, I bet I can beat you getting back to the road. You laughed, amused by the wager that reminds you of so many moments in your youth. As much as I'd like it here, it's okay if we leave now. We can always come back to see the poppies and the fireflies again, right? Cove met your eyes, waiting for what you were going to say in response. Right, I'd like that. It really is going to be another nice day. You're amazing. Yeah, we better do that. You're not getting out of it. We'll always be together in one way or another. I might be able to manage that. You're not getting away from me. Your comment quirked a wry smile from Cove. His voice was lilted with mirth. You're really irreplaceable, huh? Cove beamed at you. His expression was so unlike the one he'd worn when he first found him here, swallowed in sadness and uncertainty, that you couldn't help but glimpse at the boy once more underneath his bright expression and mature features. Come on. He offered you a hand. You accepted it, your palm fitting around his. Cove lifted himself up, pulling you along too. Our parents probably aren't going to come running for us this time. We've got to make our own call. And I say that we can't hide away forever. Poppy Hill is just one part of things. There's more out there for us than this time and this place alone. Let's enjoy it. You couldn't say whether you were the one that broke into a run, if Cove had been the one that started, or if your feet had simultaneously made that choice for you both. The end result was the same, with the two of you dashing down the hill like children, but the nostalgic revelry that could only come as an adult. As the wind whipped past you, you knew that family and friends were waiting at the end of your sprint. There were more memories to make, after all. Life takes another step forward. You know, it don't matter how many times I see this, I go through that ending, it always hits me. It always gets me right here in the heart, right in the feels, you know what I mean? It's just so good. I love our life. Even if we're not doing a romance for Cove, it still slaps. Every time. GB Patch Games really did go off on this, and I'm so excited for their next game. Again, very sorry that we're not getting to the Derek epilogue tonight, but we'll definitely do it next time. And also, we won't be doing, we'll cut the speed runs out for the Baxter route. We'll just focus solely on Baxter the next time. So that will help, because, you know, we've seen it now. We've seen the friendship route with Cove. He's still best boy. But I don't know, Derek's, you know, Derek's putting in a good effort. So apologies, 4 hours is a lot. It is. Like, I probably could push it, but honestly, I don't want to push it. I think it'd be better if I just, like, set it off here, so then we can, like, we could really focus, like, the whole stream on Derek next time. I think that will make it a bit better. And like I said, if we end up having, like, more time, like, I don't know how long the epilogue would be. I feel like it'd be, like, a good chunk of time. But even if it is on the shorter side, maybe we'll get started on Baxter's route during the same one. So that'll be fun. That'll be alright. We can at least do, like, the one moment we can have with him in step 2. That would be fine. But yeah. I just gotta wait for the ending music to stop, and I'll get into the next one. Thanks for streaming. Thank you for being here, Pan, and thank the rest of you buds for being here. I appreciate that. Oh, let me go ahead and take my sunglasses off before I forget. It sounds too bright. There we go. Don't know why I need them. It's getting dark now. I should make more assets. I think that'd be fun and quirky. Okay, yeah, but I'll get us into the actual epilogue screen, because it's gonna make me change the appearance again, right? So yes, I'll do that. We'll get into the first scene, first line of dialogue, and then I'll hit save, and then we'll end it. Then we'll raid out. Who I was raiding today? All these people. Alright, I see my victim. But not yet. Excuse me. So many supporters. Pexy. Patty cake. I forget that these names are for people from the Kickstarter, so you could just put in whatever they want to be referred to on there. Yes, refer to me as the patty cake. I could have probably skipped the ending credits, but honestly, that's rude. It is a here you can choose which epilogue to play. Note you can only play one, and then the game will end. Well, oh no, I wonder who we're going to pick. In between. There we go. Okay, let's get this our new look going. Let's see. I always go through these hairstyles, but I always just pick, like, pretty much the same hair, as I always do. It's like, maybe this time I'll change it up a bit. And then I never do. Like, I picked this one before. Bam, bam. I do think this hair looks nice. Oh, I think I've done this hair before too. The nice shaved look. Kawaii! Yeah! Where's that other one? Do I want the nice long hair? Maybe, perhaps. Nice long bangs. Your messy bangs. With a little twist. A twist? No, I'll just keep the ponytail. I just let my hair grow out. It just be like that. Okay, change page. Is everything else still the same? Maybe change the earrings? I can't even see the earrings. And we wear glasses. We're getting owned by old age. Only been 5 years. Okay, I think that's good. Plain. Tattoos. I want tattoos. Arm, chest, back. Yes, tat it up. And the rest. Yes, I think that's good. Well, maybe I'll change the hair again. I don't know, I can just... I'm so indecisive. Okay, where's... I want to look cool. I want to look different, but I can never stand it. Wait, there we go. Yes. Change my earrings again. My billboard forehead. Okay, yeah, I think it's good. Ooh, nice some square glasses. Half oval. No, we don't need glasses. We're not owned by old age. Alright, I think that's good. Done. You have my feelings for Cove. Yes. Yes. Neither. My feelings for Derek. I love you, bitch. I ain't never gonna stop loving you, bitch. Yes. Okay. Since you're romantically interested in Derek and are old enough to start being physically affectionate more seriously, you can choose what initiative level he has throughout the step. Okay. Yeah, so this is pretty much like, what are you comfortable with? How much initiative do you want Derek to take? Well, guess what? I always pick this. Let's see. High initiative. Yes, okay. Save. I'm not reading anything. Don't look. Don't look, guys. It's spoilers. There we go. Whoa. What the fuck? Why did it just appear out of nowhere like that? Hello? Okay, well, never mind. But alrighty. So thank you guys for joining me today. I hope you guys enjoyed. I certainly did. We get to see different moments being played out. We got a crumb, just a crumb of Derek, which is always nice. And of course, he will be the main focus in the next stream, which will probably be, honestly, I don't know. I think to compensate, maybe I usually stream Our Life on Fridays, but maybe compensate this time, and I'll do it on Monday instead, so that we don't have to wait as long for Derek. Yeah, that might be good. Like, switches up a little bit, too. So instead of ending the week, we'll start it, then I'll probably just end the week with maybe... Well, it'll have to be Subnautica, yeah. Then I'll just end the week with Subnautica instead. Yeah, I think, you know what? That might be a plan. That may be a plan. I'm not sure yet. But I'll definitely decide by Saturday, by tomorrow, so... Because I'll have to get the schedule made up and everything. Which, by the way, if you want you guys, you can join the Discord again, or the Twitter. and you'll get access to that stream schedule. I think if I have it done ahead of time, I'll usually post the schedule in Discord first, like on Saturday night, and then I'll schedule the schedule to be posted on Twitter on Sunday. So then that way you guys will be able to know what I ended up deciding on, if anything. My indecisive ass. Yeah, I'll have to look through and see what speaks to me, you know, what's gonna speak to me for the week, as I say. Also, a reminder, I do have a poll going on the Discord where you guys can pick what we do for Thursday next week. There we go, I got it out. I got minorly distracted. So the poll is still up. It will be ending at 2 p.m. EST tomorrow. So whatever has the most points, I'll put it in, and if there's a tie, I'll just pick. Or I'll do a coin flip. I think I'm going to pick this one, though, because I think I have a choice. So yeah, feel free to put a vote in there. And yeah. So let me go ahead and put up the raid. Let's see. There we go. Alright, let's see. Who is still streaming at the moment? Okay. Yeah, Jack's still going. Okay, so we're gonna raid Jack, the Pumpkin Ruler Jack. They are one of my best buds. They are playing Kingdom Hearts 2, and is Mel there? Mel is there. Their girlfriend Mel is joining them there for added commentary. And of course, Twig's always there too. So if you guys are interested in some Kingdom Hearts 2 and hanging out, feel free to come along. So go ahead and start that raid. And yeah, so as you guys know, I do not stream over the weekend. There's no more Saturday streams, unfortunately. So I will be taking the weekend off. But I will see you guys on Monday for either Subnautica or Our Life. We'll see. Although, I don't know, it's kind of leaning towards Our Life. But like I said, we'll see. Because, like I said, I'm so indecisive. But yeah. So we got that going on. You take care. You also take care of Pan and for all the rest of the buds as well. So I hope you guys have a good rest of your day or night, wherever you may be out there in the big wide world. And I hope to see you guys in the next one. Take care. Goodbye. Ba, 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 ba.